Um, audio.
Hello.
What did you say? Morning.
Good morning, Mimi.
You guys beat me in. Tim, on Zoom, is there a way to like go into the waiting room to see if people are in the waiting, or to like interact with them before they're in the meeting?
Yes, although I don't remember how to do it.
Okay. I know that they did that during the national convention, and I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you can, as a host, you can assign someone to a room. So I think you can assign someone else or even yourself to that room. That's, I think, how it works. I don't do that fancy stuff in Zoom, so I don't know.
Okay. I don't know that we'll need it, but because people had to pre-register, and so far everybody that's registered are people that are members.
Looking to see if there's some way. Yeah, I'm not finding a way to go into the waiting room.
Well, it looks like it shows you're in the waiting room right now, and it's asking
Well,
you to admit you.
well, yeah, because I just tried logging on my phone, like I might periodically through the meeting if I decide to go out and smoke a cigar. So, looks
Yeah,
like
it
I
gives you
can
a
chat. Yeah, I can chat with people in the waiting room.
Hmm.
And yeah, it came up on my phone. Okay. So, I mean, as long as they're logged in over like a computer, meaning like a phone or any kind of computer, I don't know how it works when somebody calls in over the phone.
I don't either. I know there's a way to like raise hands and stuff on the phone, but I don't remember how to do that either. It's like #9 or *9 or something.
Let me see what happens if I call in over the phone. See if there's some way. That's weird. The number that came up when I put the number in is Justin Emsoff. I've got it in as Justin Emsoff. That's strange.
I'm wondering also if I'm.
Morning, everybody.
There is a way to put people. Good morning. There is a way to put people into the waiting room, but I don't know. It also looks as though I can assign a second co-host, although I don't know if it takes away the first co-host. How are you doing this morning, Richard?
Doing well. How about you guys?
Doing okay. Well, how did Joey Lee get in without registering? I have to ask her.
I don't know, but when I just tried calling in on my phone, it said the meeting ID didn't exist. So I don't know what the issue is there, but
No, because I called it on my phone. Hi, Joey.
Hello.
Hey, I have a question for you because I'm confused. Did you get the link from? Oh no, it just was delayed. Never mind, you registered. I got confused because I didn't see a registration. We're trying to not have anybody Zoom bomb us this time, which is why we did the registration thing.
Oh,
Last time it was fairly unpleasant.
hooray, technology.
Well, and people that just have nothing better to do than that. But it was unpleasant. Paul? You're muted.
That person is me. I'm just seeing if I'm just trying to test it.
I'll let Michael Lima in.
Yeah, I can't figure out how it would work if somebody called in over the phone to ask them who they are. Oh well.
I guess. Well, hopefully it won't become an issue.
Yeah.
Baby Elvis. I'm going to step away for a minute.
So I'm sitting in this right now, which is fun.
I'm looking sideways.
Snow, huh?
Yeah, we're supposed to get like 2 to 4 feet between Denver and Colorado, where I'm sitting right now, or in Colorado Springs.
Oh.
Good
Oh, I
times.
didn't know you were away from Slab City.
Yeah, I left a few weeks ago. I had to come back and get my van ready
Okay.
for upcoming tour season.
in a couple of minutes. We'll wait, but hopefully it goes live when I say it goes live.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning. We're a bit from quorum. It looks like Wendy doesn't have audio.
Hey, do I sound like Tweety Bird?
No, you sound good.
Well, that's amazing.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, you should log out and try to come back in as Tweety Bird.
I was gonna say, it's not nearly as entertaining.
I charge extra for entertainment, so.
Well, we do have quorum, but barely. Give a few more minutes.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Yeah, it's working. See?
Cool. Oh, you got
Told
the
you
new,
I could
you got the
fix
new
it.
one installed. Cool. You need more light though, huh?
It's too bright. I think it's too bright in the back. Nope.
Okay. Kind of. It's kind of like Brant. We're kind of dark.
No, baby Elvis.
It's the backlighting from the window. If you sit in the corner there, you won't have the backlighting.
Who are you talking to?
It's Paul.
You.
Yeah.
What's
Just
wrong with my
all.
video?
T-shirt.
There. Oh, Jeff is dark too. See, I told you the window's gonna be too bright.
All right, so put it over there and we'll do the thing. That's fine. That's fine. Here, right here. Right over here. Take it over here.
Adventures in Videography.
How's that?
I feel like we're getting to a point in life where we all have to have professional recording studios in our houses, and that terrifies me.
Right, I know.
I know.
You're all just beautiful. It's okay.
Beautiful.
But you know what? We could revive the gig economy because most of those people were gig workers.
This is true.
So I think we should push that.
Well, I know that I've got like all kinds of stuff going on in the background, but it pretty much is what it is.
Yeah, this is a filter that I put on to make it look like a real room in a real house.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Not a bunch of stupid books that I've never read. Not that other people haven't. No.
Jeff really made headlines when we elected the first illiterate county board of supervisors representative. I personally am proud.
Well, what you saying that I was born in a litter? Is that what you're saying? No, there's only one of four. And they were one at a time.
God.
He's doing the best he can. It's
Can't have more than one.
we're diverse.
Hey, he is here to lead, not to read.
No.
It's
Hey,
important to be all inclusive.
so
You guys remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor?
Oh yeah, he couldn't even pronounce it.
Just
no,
wanted to
that's a
take you
repressed.
guys back for a second.
That's a repressed memory for me. So I'm gonna have to go back and unrepress it.
Only for
Yeah,
you.
but the new guy makes him look like a champion. Holy hell.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. But you gotta admit, he's got nice hair.
I don't know.
Ever see that kind of ground to Gavin Newsom? Not have,
He's got pretty amazing.
like, I swear over the grave of Elvis. No.
I don't think he had much of a brain to go with it.
No, we're talking about Gavin now.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
think Gavin has-
I don't like his
I missed
hair.
that
but-
switch there, you guys. I wasn't paying attention.
Gavin
It's
has
okay.
has a large wine tab. That's what he has.
the hair follicle starts in the center of the skull and it goes out. There's like no room for gray matter.
Yeah.
Hey, I got lots of gray matter up here.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
hair
right here.
follicles are nice to have.
I know, Paul. You should get some.
Look at Paul swings both ways. He's got hair on the side, but not on the top.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got quorum. I'm gonna start the live stream. Maybe. And I'm gonna need somebody to check it to make sure that it,
Where are you streaming it at?
I hope I'm streaming it at Libertarian Party of California. We'll find out in a minute. Done it before, but
I don't see anything yet.
Or do I?
it's preparing.
Jeff, is that's your name? I'm sorry, I'm really new. Are you the one that wants to run for governor if we recall Newsom?
Maybe.
We talked about you at our meeting on Thursday.
Uh-oh.
No,
Come on, Jeff, the cat's out of the bag. Don't be coy.
I don't see anything.
We'll do our best in Alameda
not-
County
it's-
to help you get the vote.
Alameda's
It's
one
wanting
of
to stream to my own page, which I don't want.
Mimi, you look so smart.
Why?
Well, because it's not showing anything below your mouth. Right now you look like you're a candy counter
Well, I
and you're
am.
your parents to buy you some candy.
Is it Wilson from Home Improvement?
It's you're almost Wilson. That's right. If you're a little bit
Yeah,
lower,
right here.
are you
I'm
on
trying
an
to. No, I'm on my phone, but I'm looking at my.
See, it
Stop
won't show.
distracting
It
me.
won't show you.
She's trying to get the streaming going.
That's the COVID
Yeah,
camera.
but it's wanting to stream to my. It won't let me switch over to the state page, which it let me last time.
Well, then let's get out the cigars because this is going to be a backroom deal, guys. If it's not transparent.
Seconded.
Yeah.
Does some
I might at some point log into my other account and go out and have a cigar, Jeff.
Shane called it.
Can you stream it to yours and then share it to the page?
That's
And then
what
we
I'm
can
gonna
try
have to
and,
do, 'cause
yeah, we can try and fix it over lunchtime.
I'm ready for this backroom deal.
okay.
Cheers, Zach.
Cheers.
Zach, look at he's got a cigar. He's not even in the back room.
I've always got a cigar.
Mimi, I'm gonna go in and
Cigar.
share it to the main
It was a
feed
callback
after
to
you've
Jeff's
got it.
joke.
Okay. Give me one more second. Because I think I'm gonna have to change my settings to do this. Okay, so. I should have tested it first. I've done it before and it's always worked.
I got a message that says it's streaming live on Facebook. I haven't looked to see.
Okay, well, it is streaming live, I believe, on my page. So, Angela, can you share the link to the state page?
I'm on your page and it hasn't popped up yet, but as soon as it does and I'm refreshing, then I'll share it. So.
Okay, let me actually see if I can do it. Share to. Okay, I just shared to the Libertarian Party of California.
Okay.
Yo, y'all count me present. I'm just gonna virtually be going to the bathroom. I have to take this business call. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Virtually be going to the bathroom. Okay.
We can do everything
Is
virtually
it,
these days.
I want to
so is it on?
go to the bathroom. How do we arrange that so we don't have to get up and actually move?
I don't know. Okay, it's apparently because people are sharing it, so it must be working. Okay, alrighty then. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 10:12. So I had sent out an agenda to everybody ahead of time, so everybody should have that. The first item of business on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. So I'll go ahead and share my screen with the agenda. And tell me when you see my screen. Everybody see it?
Yep.
Yes, I
see it. Were you going to be doing roll call?
Oh, nobody mentioned that. So first thing on the agenda is roll call. And you're right, because somehow I missed that and nobody mentioned it. Can the secretary take the roll?
Yes, ma'am. I see Chair Robeson. I see Vice Chair Olson. I see myself. I see Steve Haug, Treasurer. I see Brandon Nelson. I see Wendy Hewitt. I do not see John Prosser. I do not see Rick Dawson. I see Eduardo Flores, Zach Foster, Angela McCardle, Kalish Morrow, Rachel Nix, Jillian Olson. I do not see Boomer Shannon, and I see Richard Fast. Anybody else that did not mention your name? I think we're good then.
Me, but I don't know if I'm
Okay.
important yet.
Who?
I'm the Michael Lima.
Okay, this is just roll
You're
call.
not important. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, this
Boomer-
is just for the executive committee.
Boomer was just
I'm sorry?
admitted in. Boomer was just admitted.
Okay. So the only people that we are missing are John Prosser and Rick Dawson. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we do have quorum. So the next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. As I said, I sent it out. Here it is. So roll call, or call to order roll call, adoption of agenda, public comment, which will be 10 minutes, 3 minute per comment, and Rachel Nix is going to be our timekeeper for things. Next, we have election to fill the vacancy of the alternate at large ExCom member, approval of minutes from December 12th, officers' reports, chairs, vice chairs, treasurer, secretary, operating procedures manual, because that's always on here, executive director report, Northern Area Coordinator, Central Area Coordinator, Southern Area Coordinator, LNC. Then we're going to have elections for state credentials committee, awards committee, then candidate endorsement, membership agreement with National Retention of Accountant, committee reports, bylaws, platforms, staffing, ad hoc committee, candidate support committee, communications and marketing committee, affiliate support committee, social media committee, 2021 convention committee, then action items from our last meeting, and then adjournment. Is there anything that needs to be added or removed or changed?
Well, let's see. Has Rick Dawson registered to come to this meeting? Because he has, the only meeting he made during like the 2020, 2021 period is one online meeting. And so I think it might be worth considering replacing him, removing him and replacing him since he's missed so many meetings.
The answer to your question is he is not registered for this meeting.
Okay, so I would like to add just right before the alternate, filling the alternate vacancy, considering filling the an at-large.
Well, first there would need to be a motion to remove him. Are you making that motion?
Would that,
I mean,
would
are
this
you
be an appropriate time to make that motion?
I think you could add that to the, well,
And
yeah,
that's what I
actually
would
this
add.
would be an appropriate time. Actually, this would be an appropriate time.
Okay, then I will move to remove Rick Dawson from the executive committee.
Second it. Seconded by
That was
Angela.
is it seconded? Okay.
Yes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to remove Rick Dawson from the executive committee. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. This requires a 2/3 vote, so if the secretary could do a roll call vote. And did John Prosser come into the room?
I'm here. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
I thought
yeah.
I saw you come in. That's okay. So you came in just a couple minutes ago, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, if the secretary could take the roll.
Okay, let's see here. Let's start with Vice Chair Olson.
I vote yes.
I will vote yes. That's Secretary Blandingham, Treasurer Hogg,
I vote yes.
Coordinator Nelson,
Aye.
Coordinator Prosser,
Yes.
Coordinator Hewitt,
Yes.
At-Large Flores,
Yes.
At-Large Foster. Stepped away, maybe? I'll come back. At-Large McCardle.
You had that.
Hands up. So is that a yes?
For me, that's a yes. Are we on me or someone else?
You.
Okay, I vote yes.
Okay, At-Large Morrow,
Yes.
At-Large Nix,
Abstain. And by the way, we have 20 seconds left.
At-Large Olson,
Yes.
At-Large Boomer,
Yes.
okay. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yeses and 1 expressed abstention.
We're at time.
Madam Chair.
Actually, yeah, I should have said that because this is not part of actually adopting of the agenda. It was a separate motion. We're okay with the adoption of the agenda. Did Zach Foster come back? I guess not. So you said that it was, I thought there was 2 abstentions. Rachel and the motion
I just
passes
counted
and
one.
the chair is.
The only abstention
Okay.
I heard was Rachel.
Okay, so what did Boomer vote?
He voted yes.
Okay. All right, it just didn't seem like enough votes. Okay, the chair doesn't vote, it passes. So
Madam Chair.
yes,
I believe this is Richard Fast. I believe I am seated because Rick Dawson is not present, but my name wasn't called in the vote.
we hadn't actually gotten to that, but yeah, you're right. So yes, what is your vote, Richard?
I abstain.
Okay, so there's 2 abstentions. Okay, the motion passed. Rick has been removed from the executive committee. We're now back to adoption of the agenda. I believe that Dr. Olson was moving to add filling the vacancy of the at-large member to just after public comment.
Yes,
Is
that
that
is
correct?
correct. That is correct. Thanks.
Okay, is there anything else that needs to be changed on the agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Dr. Olson. Is there a second?
Seconded,
Bye.
Okay, it's been moved in.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Brent,
Thank
you had
you.
to beat me out.
Okay, is there any objection to adopting the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda has been adopted. We will go to public comment for 10 minutes. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. If anybody that would like to do public comment could raise their hand on the Zoom raise hand button, and each person will get 3 minutes. Is there anybody that wants to speak during public comment? I'm seeing no hands. If you want to speak, you can also go like this. Okay, seeing no hand. Oh, I see a hand. Sarah Ribard. Okay, so Sarah, you will get 3 minutes. Rachel, if you could please start the clock, and as soon as Rachel unmutes herself. Rachel, or I'm sorry, Sarah. Rachel, keep the time as soon as Sarah unmutes herself. Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Rivard. I'm a member in good standing, and I'm interested in running for chair of LA County. I'm a former cheerleader from Wells, Maine, and homecoming queen. And the chair of LA County, Angela McCardle, had blocked me on Facebook one day after I announced my candidacy. She also posts the LA County meetings links on Facebook, so I can't find the meetings. I understand she has her enemies, but there's no reason to block people on Facebook. If you're a leader, an elected leader, you should be able to accept criticism of all types. That's not what you signed up for. So I'm requesting the LPCA ExCom to correct the Facebook policy in Los Angeles, or correct the people that are breaking the policy. Electioneering and anti-Semitism has no place in the Libertarian Party, not in Los Angeles and not in California. Please fix this ASAP so that myself and several others have a reason to re-up our membership instead of letting our memberships lapse in protest. So thank you for letting me speak. God bless the Libertarian Party.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comments? Hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is election to fill the vacancy of the at-large ExCom member. So I will open the floor for nominations from the committee members, obviously. And raise your hand if you have a nomination. Okay, so I saw first Angela and then first Ms. McCardle and then Dr. Olson. Ms. McCardle?
I nominate Adrian Malagom, Vice Chair of Contra Costa County.
Okay.
What was that last name again?
M-A-L-A-G-O-N.
I didn't catch that. M-A-L?
M-A-L-A-G-O-N.
Thank you.
Okay, is there, and then Dr. Olson, you had a nomination?
I would like to nominate Shane Strong,
Okay.
the Vice Chair of Kings County.
Last name spelling, please.
S-T-R-A-W-N.
Thank you.
Is there additional nominations?
I would like to nominate Kevin Moore.
Okay. John Prosser is nominating Kevin Moore. Are there any additional nominations? Okay, hearing none, nominations are closed. So I I would entertain a motion to let each of the three that were nominated speak for 2 minutes.
Do all three of them accept their nominations?
Adrian Maligan,
Oh.
I accept my nomination.
Yes.
That was Shane?
Yeah, that was Shane that accepts.
Okay. And Kevin Moore, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay, so I think it would be appropriate, since there's three candidates, to hear them speak. I would entertain a motion to let each candidate speak for 2 minutes.
So moved.
So moved.
Who moved? Was
I'll
it
move.
Boomer? Or who? Okay, Krish
Maybe
Mara, is
somebody
there a
else.
second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Boomer.
Oh, Boomer.
Wendy.
Wendy.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so I'd say we'll just go in the order of the nominations. So Adrian, would you like to go first for your 2 minutes?
Actually, point of information, Madam Chair.
Who is that?
This is Kevin Moore.
Oh, is there any objection to hearing from Kevin Moore of the board?
Just a point of information about the duration of the term of this position.
Okay, well, I'll just answer it, but typically you're not on the board yet, so
Okay.
anyways. The duration
it.
of the term is until the end of convention.
Okay,
in May.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so Adrian, do you want to speak for 2 minutes?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm Adrian Maligan. I'm the vice chair here for Contra Costa County under the tutelage of Kevin Moore. So I just joined the party officially, so I am a member in good standing on January 1st. I've always been a small L libertarian, but this is really kind of the time for action moving forward. We are really in a desperate time for spreading the message of liberty, and I think messaging is very important. Recruitment is very important, especially at a time right now where we have, you know, one of the recalls of our lifetime happening right now. And I would really like to do everything I possibly can to help move that messaging forward, help the recall effort in any way that we can, especially here in the Bay Area, as I'm sure Kevin knows more better than most people. There aren't a lot of liberty-minded people here, so we really need to have a strong coalition here. And I do think that this position can help me move that forward. As the vice chair, I'm already going to be helping and have been helping Kevin move forward with that agenda here, but I would like to kind of bring that on a statewide level. I will be attending convention, and I look forward to being able to basically do anything I can in this position. I know it's short term, but to get that experience that I need to move forward and make more of an impact in the future. Thank you.
Mimi, you're on mute.
Whoops. Shane Strong, would you like to speak for 2 minutes? And thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for having me. First of all, of course, I'm also new to the party, was registered in December of this year. I did have a chance to run for one of the at-large positions a couple months ago. I'm coming today as an alternate because, again, I would like to gain experience from this as well. But as well, when I talked last time, I think experience is is important, but actions speak louder than words as well. When I talked to you last, I also let you know that I was helping with the oil and gas campaign in Ventura County to help those businesses stay afloat, but also to keep jobs in that county, because we should have those liberties and freedoms for each of those folks that can be employed and be able to live their lives and have a good job. And also as well worked on the recall currently as well. And behind me, you can see that we're in the office doing the recall. So again, actions speak louder than words. I'm here today because I feel that we need someone that has that experience and that can gain experience, but also someone who has done all this. So my boss, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah.
So he's just run now. But anyway, I think it's important that we have someone who's going to build that outreach, build that support, and be able to get out there and recruit libertarians, and also be someone who is going to keep the party in mind at every time. So of course, let's get out there and work for freedom and liberty. We're doing it already. Let's just continue that mantra and move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kevin Moore.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Moore, chair of the Contra Costa County Libertarian Party up here in Northern California. I'm also the chair of the affiliate support committee as well. I've been around for a while. You guys know me. I am excited about all the new activity happening in the Libertarian Party and the interest in the Libertarian Party. And I'm also really excited about new people being interested in moving forward. And because I have other positions, and also based on the fact that I'm going to be running for another office here at the upcoming convention, I'm going to throw my support behind Adrian Malagon because I know him well. I'm really excited about having some new folks in there. Shane, I don't know you yet, but I'm looking forward to meeting you at the convention. And I'm really excited about how many new people are looking to contribute and make a difference here in the Libertarian Party. Though, of course, I am also happy to contribute in this position if the members wish me to do so, either as an at-large or as alternate. Thank you.
Kevin, I was just preparing the ballots. Are you removing yourself from the running? Is that what you were saying, or you want me to keep your name on the ballot?
You can keep my name on the ballot, but I am expressing my support for Adrian Malagon as in this position.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Mimi, that ballot's ready whenever you want me to send it out. And how long do you want me to let it go for?
Thank you all three for speaking. I would say that does everybody, how long do, I think we could probably get the ballot done in a couple minutes. So how much time do we have left on this agenda item, Rachel?
We have 1 minute and 7 seconds.
Okay, well, what we can do is we can, no, we really can't. Go ahead and send out the ballot now. Give them one minute to vote.
Madam Chair, there was a message from Eduardo Flores in the chat with a question about the procedure. If you could look at that.
Could Eduardo raise his hand and actually speak to it?
I was wondering if I could move to amend to have the second place person voted in for this vote be the fill-in for the alternates.
I believe that would be out of order because we've already done this and it's a separate agenda item. I think you would have had to do that at the start of the agenda item. Okay. So no, that would not be in order. Okay, so Brent, did you send out the ballot?
And while he's doing that, could you refresh my memory about how this balloting works, since it's been a while since we did this sort of thing?
We're at time.
Okay, I'm going to move to extend time by 5 minutes because we can't go on to the next agenda item until we finish this one. So I've moved to extend time by 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Nelson.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any objection to extending time by 5 minutes? Hearing none, we're extended for 5 minutes. So this would be just, well, actually it wasn't stated, but we've got 3 people running for one position. Our typical way of doing that would be ranked choice. So you can vote in ranked choice order. Did you actually, Brent, how did you set up the ballot?
I set up the ballot and actually just, you can only vote for one. Do you want me to recall the ballot?
Is there any objection to doing it just voting for one? Hearing none, no. You're going to be voting for one person.
And is the ballot popping up on Zoom here? Or are we looking for it on an email? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't have it either.
Oh, I just read it. Got nothing.
I just barely got the email, but I think that I might have to go in and reset the time because you had asked for you to do it for 1 minute, and I think that's probably about up.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah,
so let me reset.
Yeah, it says no active ballots once I clicked on it.
Let me change that.
Isn't there some other program that
Actually,
Libertarian Party has access to that does this?
We
Hey,
could
if you
have
want to
used
use
that.
Porcupine, if you've got it set up, go for it.
It's fun to be referred to as CAD again.
And where am I looking for this ballot?
Should be in your email. I just got mine.
It would be in your email, but I've got to change it. I've got to deactivate it and
Oh,
change
so
the
wait.
time.
Yeah, so you'll get a new one.
Are we going to get a new one, or can we still? We can still vote
No,
at that.
you'd
that
use this
location.
one. You'd use this same one. I just need to change the time on it, and I think we need to allow for more time to voting because people
So
don't
should
get
I
it for a while.
delete
So-
it or go wait for the next one?
Delete it, or don't delete it. Use it. Just
Use it.
wait.
Yeah, I'm on the e-ballot dashboard and there's no option to
Wait.
vote yet.
Okay, I changed it, and it should be available now. You should be able to vote on
Just
it.
refresh.
Yeah, I just need to set it for more time than 1 minute, because if you do it for 1 minute, then by the time people get the email, it's done. So.
Okay, did everybody get their ballot?
I did. This is Paul.
I have not.
You check your email again.
If
I
you
refreshing.
log in to eBallot direct, like you can log in directly, it should be available for you, whether you got the email or not. You could just log directly into eBallot.
Yeah, this is bringing unpleasant memories back from Florida.
Hey, I'm the one who has to run this.
And note
About
to everybody,
unpleasant
we should have
memories.
used Porcupine. And we could have used Porcupine, but it all happened kind of quickly, so we should have used Porcupine. But
Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Anyway, I set the ballot to close at 10:40 this time, so at least you've got a little bit of time to.
how many people have voted so far?
Let's see. So far, it looks like we've had 13 voting that have voted so far.
Richard Fast's hand was up, or now it's
Oh,
down?
no, that was just to say that I had voted.
Oh, okay. Whose votes are we missing?
Let me look.
We're about to be out of time.
We're missing Steve Haug, Zach Foster. That's it.
Steve, are you going to be voting?
It already did.
Let me refresh.
We're at time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still not
well,
getting Steve's or Zach's, so maybe they could email you or text you or something.
Steve, send me a quick email, and time has expired, so this agenda item will be over as soon as we announce the vote. Is Zach back from his virtual?
I do not
vacuum
see him on the
break?
screen.
Okay, so Zach isn't voting. Steve, if you could send me an email with your vote. Somebody's got a lot of background noise.
Might have been me. I'll unmute now.
Okay. Or actually, let me try this. Steve, I just sent you a direct message in the chat of the meeting because I haven't gotten your email. If you could just respond there. Oh, never mind. Okay. Brent, I'm going to text you his vote.
Okay, I'll let you know when I get it, and then I'll give you the totals.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Adrian Malagon got 4 votes, Shane Strawn got 6 votes, and Kevin Moore got 4 votes.
Okay, Adrian got 4. Kevin got how many?
4.
And 0 for
And
Noda.
And Shane got 6 and 0 for Noda.
okay. So nobody got a majority. So, well, nobody got a majority, which drops the bottom 2. So I believe that means that if we went to another vote, it would be between Shane and Noda. I don't believe we need to, and it's not a main motion. So Shane has been elected with 6 votes. Congratulations, Shane.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Sorry about the hair.
Okay, so Shane is being seated right now at 1042 in his new position as at large. Zach is not on the call, so Richard Fast will remain an alternate until and unless Zach comes back. So we've got 15 voting members now, and we will go to the next item on the agenda for the election of alternate at large. I'm going to open up nominations for that, and we have 10 minutes for that again. Hopefully we can get it done in time. Nominations are open.
I would nominate Kevin Moore if he's interested.
Kevin, do you
One
accept
moment.
that nomination?
Point of information, this is still until the end of convention, right? Not a year longer than that?
Correct. All of these, both of these end at the end of convention because Rick's seat was up at the end of convention. If it had been a longer seat, it would have gone longer, but it wasn't. And alternates are always 1 year.
Gotcha. Yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay, is there any other nominations for alternate at large?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and nominate Adrian Malagon again.
Okay, Angela's nominated Adrian. Adrian, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is there any other nominations for alternate at large? Okay, hearing none, nominations are closed. Brent, if you could put out a ballot with those 2 names.
Yeah, I'm setting it up right now.
And then let everybody know when you send it. Although once you set it up, you should be able to just vote from that dashboard that you should already have opened. So it should go much smoother this time. And we will be now giving, a few minutes to vote. I didn't suggest hearing from the 2 of them again because they just spoke, by the way. If somebody had wanted to do that, they could have. So while those ballots go out, we're not going to be doing anything else, but I am passing the gavel to Brent in case something does have to happen because I have to go do something real quick. And it's not virtual.
Okay, I've activated the ballot and I'm just gonna send the email out now.
Thank you, and I'm taking back the gavel. Steve, let me know if you get that or if you need to vote by email again.
Get this thing on e-ballot that says service interruption, so I'm not sure what the problem there is.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and email me your vote again. Tim, while we're waiting for this, do you think that, well, it would be too late to set up Porcupine app now, right? Porcupine is what we're going to be using at convention, by the way.
Yeah, everyone would have to set up their passwords. It would probably be more of a problem.
Okay, so I sent the email out, so you guys should be able to get that.
I did a refresh on my screen and I got the e-vote to work.
Hi, Kirby.
Okey-doke.
I voted.
Oh, hi, Kirby. Hi, Kirby. Okay, Brett, how many votes are we missing?
Let me check. I haven't voted yet. Trying to do too many things at one time. Let's see. We're missing 3 votes.
Who are the 3?
Myself, Kalish, and Shane.
Okay, if the 3 of you could vote, that'd be great.
And Shane has never used e-ballot before, so it might be a bit of a learning curve.
Oh, Shane's phone is dead, so he's voting through me. I sent you, Brent, his vote through text or messenger. I also sent an email to Mimi.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also just got an email from Richard Fast, who he said he didn't get an email, so I'm sending you his vote.
He's on here.
Did you get
Yeah.
Richard?
Maybe I didn't have him on here because I forgot to add him to this ballot. It looks like. Okay. All right. So, and it's
So now
too
we should
late
have
for me
everybody?
to. It's too late for me to vote, so I'll just add my vote into the mix. So let's see. The text I got from you, Mimi, was for who? I got
Richard Fast.
Okay. Okay, Richard. And then let me see who Kalish sent me. And Kalish, I didn't see your vote. You want to send me who you vote for?
Yeah, it didn't come through. I didn't get email, so I just sent both mine and Shane's in an email to Mimi. But I can send it to you directly.
Okay, cool.
Well, I can text him if I just got hers. Okay, so I'll text you. This is for both Shane and Kalish that I'm texting you.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Got it then. Okay, so for Kevin Moore, he gets 8 votes. Adrian got 7 votes and Noda got 1 vote.
Okay, so Kevin Moore is the new alternate at large with 8 votes. So congratulations. And at this point now, you won't be seated because everybody is here, and Richard is still seated because Zach is not here. So we will now go to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes from the December meeting, which, if you give me a moment, I will put those up on the screen. I hope everybody has had a chance to look at them. Here they are. Okay, give me 1 second and I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to be obviously reading all these, but did everybody get a chance to look at them? These are the minutes that Jillian did for our last meeting as acting secretary. And if so, I'm scrolling through briefly, if there's any corrections or omissions. And if there are no corrections or omissions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second that. Oh, sorry, you
Okay,
entertained a motion, you didn't make one.
Exactly. Do you want to make the motion, Angela?
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes. Did you say as amended?
No, there was no amendments because nobody said anything about amendments.
I didn't have any
Yeah,
amendments.
no, as presented.
Okay, I move to adopt the minutes as presented.
And who seconded? I hear somebody in the background.
Ed.
I'm sorry? Ed, okay. All right, is there any objection to approving the minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes have been approved. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. And I did not send anything out ahead of time. I apologize. Mine is going to actually be very short. There's been several things that I've been working on in the last 3 months, but I'm only going to bring up a couple which are later in the agenda, but I wanted to bring them up as to let you know why they're on there. So one of the things, and this isn't on the agenda, but at the last meeting I had mentioned that I had come up with an idea for National for membership, that they add a new landing page after people join that lets them know that they're not a member of both the state and national, and give a clickable map. They did implement that in the end of January. So that is live, and we have gotten some members from that link. So it should be helping the other affiliates as well. So I'm very pleased with that. The other thing though is that Joe Bishop-Henchman at the last executive committee meeting, or the last LNC meeting, did a proposal for allowing joint membership. If any of you guys, some of you know, some of you don't know or remember, but we used to have unified membership with National, and at that time, that was in the early 2000s. Both National and the states had the highest membership pretty much ever. I mean, in California, we had 6,000 members. National was well above 30,000 members. And then when that program ended, I don't know if that's the reason or not, but membership took a big dip, and it's been growing both nationally and at the state level. But he has come up with a proposal to leave it to each state to decide if they want to participate. So, and what it would be is not quite what it was then, which was the unified membership used to be a $25 membership. National got $15 and the states got $10. That is not this. This would be a joint membership where people would have the option to join both the state and the national, or one or the other. So it wouldn't be mandatory, but it would be presented on the membership screen for national. So if at the very least, it lets people know right away that they're not a state member. And so we were the first state to actually get information on that. And that's going to be on our agenda because it's up to the executive committee to allow joint memberships. So we can go into more of it then. Also, since our last meeting, I've been working, also, I don't know if y'all know this, but our treasurer, Mr. Haug, will not be running for re-election at the convention. He has decided he's had enough of 460s and enough of the stress and also enough of California. So he's leaving the state. He's moving to Idaho. So something we had been speaking about the last couple of meetings, and we talked about it last meeting, was that we would be hiring an accountant to do our compliance as well as review our books. And so what we've done now is I've had a conversation with the accountant, and it really wouldn't be that much more money for her to do that, plus do the majority of our bookkeeping, including our payables, receivables, and so forth. We would still need a treasurer, but I'll talk about that more when we get to that agenda item. But I just thought I'd let everybody know that Steve said that I could go ahead and make that announcement for him, and we should all be really envious that he's moving to a state where he doesn't have the high state taxes, and he'll have a brand new home. It'll be on property, and he'll be much closer to his ice cream. So there you go.
And potatoes.
Yes. Well, but you know, his ice cream pilgrimage every year. So next is I just wanted to let you guys know that national, and well, Kara Schultz via national is going to each region and doing a training. And the training is going to be leadership training as well as candidate training. And being that California is a region unto ourselves, we will be having a training. We talked to Kara about that, TJ and I, the other day, and it's been arranged that we're going to be having our training on August 14th and 15th in Long Beach at the Long Beach Marriott. And it'll be 2 days of extensive training for both leadership and candidates, as well as we're going to have a fun night on Saturday night. And we're going to do a candidate support committee fundraiser, which will be a casino night. So I think that will be fun, and it'll be fun to actually get out and see people. And then the last thing I was just going to mention is that since our last meeting, TJ and I have been working very closely together on a lot of different things, which we'll get to when we get to the ad hoc committee. And he's also going to be giving a report. But we have a weekly meeting and discuss what's going on. And I just wanted to say that I think right now, this interim executive director position is going very, very well. So are there any questions?
So I just want to ask, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Wendy.
No, go ahead.
I just
Wendy?
wanted to ask, when is Steve leaving?
He'll be the treasurer through the end of convention. He's just not running for re-election.
Okay, Steve, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Well, it'd be nice not to have to do all these 460s anymore.
Well, you're gonna be missed, and you've done a lot of good work for us. So thank you.
You're welcome. But anyway, I listen to KBOI radio station on the internet, and I was listening to the governor up there give the budget report, and he said we're increasing spending on schools, roads, and other infrastructure. We have a balanced budget with a surplus, and they're increasing the rainy day fund. And oh, by the way, we're cutting our income tax rates. And the state, rest of the state political group up there, I don't know exactly what they call it. They're kind of having a fight right now as to how much to cut the state sales tax. And they're saying, well, because of the price of oil going up, price of gas in Idaho has actually been going up, and they said, well, it might get up to $2.95 a gallon by the summer travel season. So it's like, and I sent my water bill up to my friend Kirk and Tilly up there, and I was billed $110 for 2 months. And I asked Kirk, I says, how's this compared to your water bill? He says, well, I pay $10 a month and it doesn't matter how much I use.
Oh my gosh.
So my annual water bill will probably go from about $800 down to $120. And my property taxes will be lower, insurance will be lower.
Well, we're going to come visit you then. You need to have plenty of rooms.
Yeah,
and plenty of ice cream.
I'm planning on a 4-bedroom, 4-bath house, possibly a 4-car garage instead of a 3-car garage. And we haven't found the lot yet, but I'm going to get a custom build. So
well, thank you for all your work that you've done for us.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm planning on getting a very large chest type freezer for the garage. So I'm planning on doing my next ice cream run back to Pennsylvania. I'm going to bring back 40 half gallons just so I'm well stocked. So when I get company, we'll have ice cream.
All right.
Maybe you should get a big rig for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve. And by the way, I've let Steve know that, you know, he's still more than welcome to volunteer for the state party from abroad, or, you know, from remote. So we'll see what happens, but I think he's going to be busy with his house and his ice cream and all of that. So anyways, any other questions for the chair report? Hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the vice chair report.
Let's see, for the vice chair report, I had already submitted that in advance. Basically, I've just been working on the convention, and that's been the bulk of what I've been working on. So if you have any questions, I'm open to answering questions. Otherwise, I'll yield my time.
Are there any questions for the vice chair report?
Cool.
Hearing and seeing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the treasurer's report. Steve, I have your stuff here for budget and actuals and all that. Do you want me to share that, or do you want to just go over it, or how do you want to do that?
Well, I don't know, just you can share it if anybody asks. I got a short report. Anyway, our income for the year is above budget, and our expenses for the year are below budget. So we're actually in very good shape. So when I ran the report back on March 8th, our income for the year net is $15,729.73. So we're in pretty good shape. On our balance sheet, I just checked the well, I entered all the transactions on the books this morning. So based on what's actually on the books right now, our bank accounts, all of them have a total of $89,516.85. So we're in pretty good shape there. On government reports, that's the longest part of my report. There was the $50 check that I sent in for the Secretary of State fee that's related to the 410. That was actually sent in on time, and it's kind of interesting. They still haven't cashed the check. So I'm expecting at some point in the future, we'll get a little love note from the Secretary of State says, hey, you haven't paid your $50. And that's probably because nobody has pulled it out of the envelope yet. So anyway, I have the receipt that says, yeah, you got it before the 15th of the month. So it was, you got it, it's on time, go look for it, and it's there. Anyway, so far I filed 4 FPPC 460s, and they're all filed on time in the first 2 months. And there's 3 more of them due in the next 2 months. The first FEC quarterly report was filed on time, and the next one's due in April. Got the annual sales tax report filed on time. There's an IRS 990 EZ form that is yet to be filed, but that's not due until May 15th. And since I'm treasurer right now, I will have that done well before the May 15th deadline. So anyway, there was some IRS forms 990 had been mailed out to all of our contractors, and then you have to send in a 1096 to the IRS, and that's been done. Due sharing, we had $3,750 in due sharing checks were mailed in January. Only got one returned, which is $75 from Santa Cruz County. And there are $1,237.50 of due sharing that are still on hold because either somebody doesn't have a bank account yet, or for what other reason, I don't have a mailing address, or they just said, don't send us a check right now, we can't handle it. So every Monday I've been doing the unrestricted donations transfers from the LPC account over to the CSC account. So far it's been we've transferred over $1,220.27. And any balance that comes into the PayPal account are also moved over to the appropriate account on Mondays. So that's about it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Steve, for all of your hard work. And this is exactly why you're going to be missed. You do all the hard work. Okay, so next item on the agenda is the secretary's report. Paul, did you want to share your screen, or did you want to just give your report? Up to you.
Probably simpler just to do it verbally. Okay, so let's see, got draft minutes submitted for approval, which were just approved. This quarter we had 3 email ballots. First one was to endorse Nils Nerenheim for Redondo Beach City Council, which passed. Second one was a motion to return control of the Libertarian Party of California Facebook group to the social media committee. That motion failed. And the third was a motion to adopt a resolution to request the LNC enforcement of branding property rights. That motion passed. Membership as of the 28th of February this year. Statewide membership is 1,305, up 6.4% from November 30th of November last year. And 1,175 Central Committee members, up 5.2% from November of last year. And we have 342 life members, up 1.2% from last year. Let's see, Neon's being updated. There's been no change to the operating procedures manual, no updates or changes to the bylaws. Tulare County submitted amended bylaws on the 21st of January of this year, which have been posted to the website. And that is the summary. Any questions?
Any questions for Paul? Okay, hearing none. That concludes the secretary's report. So the next item on the agenda is the operating procedures manual. Is there anybody that wishes to make any changes to the operating procedures manual? And this is always on the agenda because the operating procedures manual has a special rule of order that says it's always on the agenda. Okay, hearing none, that will bring us to the executive director's report. Mr. Ferreira?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen so you guys can see my report. It was not included in the report sent out because I was not done with it at the time that was due. I'm getting used to this new job. Hopefully you guys will all bear with me as we're having some fun. So on your screen will be the full report. It's probably a little bit small to read, so I'm gonna zoom in and scroll as we go through it. Let's go ahead and make this bigger here. Okay. So the summary on the left-hand side here, these are a lot of the things that I have been doing over the last 3 months since I was appointed in December. And this has just been an ad hoc list as things came up. that made sense for me to do, I've been doing them, and I've been reaching out to committees to see how I can help. While we're waiting for the ad hoc committee to come up with my official duties, and there's a report later today to discuss some of that, I've just been doing whatever made sense for me to do. As Mimi mentioned, her and I have a weekly call on Fridays to go over what has been done, what needs to be done, and to talk about some of the strategy type stuff from week to week. Because you guys were nice enough to appoint me in December, I still had a day job. So I've been winding down my business, which is my consulting business, and winding up the time that I spend as executive director. So in December, I spent about 20 hours on this. January and February, about 40. This month, I'm on track to spend about 850, and I'm expecting by the time we get to April, I will have got rid of most of the contracts that I had in my business and be able to spend at least half time, if not more. And by the time we get to Q3, be full time on the executive director position. So as committees and counties have things that could require help or any sort of assistance, if it falls under this type of stuff or anything new, I'm here and available to do that. If anyone wants any details on these, I'm going to be done with the report in a few seconds and I can take questions. Just showing some samples of some of the graphic design work I've been doing for the party as well. I created a 50th anniversary logo, which is going to be used in our convention materials. And I'm also creating some Facebook profile frames that people can use. And Mimi is thinking about just changing our Facebook page to this cute little porcupine that we have here. But you wanted me to add a nose ring, if I remember correctly, right, Mimi? So I'll work on that. I'm still going through all the CRM systems. We added one to the list. This has a huge potential of being our CRM system if they fix 2 bugs that we found. They have a near zero cost, and they can support all 21 million records in our CRM system if we want them to. So we're still playing around with that. That might become our new system, but everything else here is still in the mix as well. This is an ongoing effort that we have. And then as always, I ask that people go to candidate.fund. This is the website for the unrestricted fund of the Libertarian Party of California. Consistent monthly income is the best way for us to budget. And so even if you can just donate $5 a month out there, it just automatically comes off your credit card. You don't have to think about it again, and you're helping support the party. That is my report. Any questions?
Anyone have questions for Mr. Ferreira? Well, thank you very much for your report. It was a very excellent report, and thank you for all that you've been doing. And he has been doing quite a bit, so thank you. Dr. Olson.
So I just wanted to clarify on the vote for at large that we had taken earlier. I had misstated the totals. And it was actually not 8-7 to 1, because that would be 16 votes. It was 8-6 to 1. So I had given Adrian one vote more than when I mentioned the totals.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so it's 8-6 to 1. Doesn't change the results in the end, but just wanted to mention that in case anybody was wondering where the 16th vote came from.
Thank you.
Thank you. And me as an engineer, I should have done the math in my head and figured that out, but thank you. So it didn't change the results, but Paul, please note that in the minute.
Already corrected.
Okay. Okay, so that now brings us to the Northern Area Coordinators Report. Mr. Nelson.
I'm here. All right. Hey, everybody. Let me pull that up real quick. So we held, I believe this would have been in January, an interest meeting for Butte County. Unfortunately, that did not go particularly well, but it was nice to see those who attended. A similar meeting was held for Shasta County on the 11th of March. I've been told the open rate for the email blast we sent out was only about 19%, about 66 people. Yeah, again, unfortunately, attendance wasn't what we hoped, but we did have one person show up who joined Mimi Robeson and I. And he was very interested in being kept up to date on any meetups or other activity in Northern California. He even expressed interest in driving from Redding to Sacramento if there's something going on. Yolo County has a couple of people that are currently reviewing bylaw templates now. So hopefully we can get them organized over the next couple of months. I'm waiting to hear back from them so we know what to schedule next. Humboldt County, unfortunately, can no longer be considered officially organized. Their chair very suddenly and unexpectedly resigned. I believe that was, Mimi can probably correct me if I'm wrong, about 3 weeks ago. So I'm hoping to see if their secretary would like to take over as pro tem. In the meantime, maybe we can set up an interest meeting for them up there to hopefully get him some company relaunch. I have additional interest meetings scheduled for Nevada and Marin counties on the 18th and 23rd of this month. I'll keep you guys updated if anything comes of those. I've invited Kevin Moore of Contra Costa to join me in facilitating the Marin meeting. He's in the Bay Area. He's kind enough to offer his help. So thank you, Kevin. Additionally, I've spoken with the Placer County Chair, Gia Christopher, about seeing if there's anything that we could do up there to help them coordinate an event that might bring in people from the surrounding counties like Nevada. So I'd recommend that even after my term is expired, whoever takes that position, keep that in mind, because their position in the North is very potentially strategic if utilized properly, but very important because they're kind of a doorway into Jefferson. We have very good voter registration numbers up there, but unfortunately, we have not been able to garner an equivalent amount of party organization. So keep that in mind as we go forward. That concludes my report, which is in all likelihood my last one on this committee. So thank you all very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Is there any questions for the Northern Area Coordinator report?
I don't have a question, but I think we're supposed to give a report at convention, aren't we, Mimi? Brandon.
Well, you know, it's not really clear in the bylaws. It says officers. And so last year I had assumed that the coordinators were quasi-officers, but yeah, I think
In
that
either
it would be
case, this is my
appropriate.
last one in all likelihood in a meeting setting. So,
Well, good luck on all your stuff. Hope
thank you,
have
Wendy.
it. Thank you.
Another one leaving the state. So,
Where are you going, Brandon?
losing a lot of people.
Likely Tennessee or Georgia.
Okay.
Tennessee has a lot of very, very nice whiskey and a lack of a state income tax. So feel free to come visit.
I'd like to sometime.
Okay. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Central Area Coordinator report. Mr. Prosser.
Okay. Yeah, so a few things here. Update on the Central California activities. We had quite a few counties meetings in January. That's pretty common. Kind of the same thing last year. I think there might have been fewer of them in January this year than there were in January last year. But you know, for my report, I just wrote about Tulare County since you know I'm so close to the action there as the vice chair now in Tulare County. We've been at it for 3 years now, since 2018. And I know every county's situation is a little different, but I think this is just a little sliver of optimism here, seeing what can be done in 3 years. It's a slow process, but you know, since we got reestablished, we went from having 2 people at the table to 4 people at the table, and at our last meeting, 13. Our membership almost doubled, actually about 77% increase since our meeting last year in January 2020. So we have the pieces in place now. We've got, we got more than 2 people holding the officer positions, which takes some time. And we've got stuff getting done. We reached out to the voters. We've created a MailChimp account to be able to use that for an email list, things like that. And all those things just took quite a bit of time to find the right people and to actually get those things in place. So I think it's just a little bit of an encouragement to some of the new counties that, it took a little longer to get here for my county than I had expected, but it does pay off. So there's that. On January 2nd, there was an anti-lockdown protest in Fresno. I think most of you are aware of that. Anybody who's sort of followed on Facebook is pretty aware of that, but we had a protest scheduled. It ended up, there was a mix up and it got canceled and then uncanceled at the last minute. But in the process, so actually the turnout was really low, which was kind of disappointing. But in the process, we did get some news coverage out of that. And the news, it was the local Fresno CBS News. They were very fair to us. They interviewed us. Michael Noguera, the chair of Merced County, and I were both on the evening news. We both interviewed through a Zoom meeting with the reporter, and he was very fair. There were no gotcha questions. They didn't put any spin. They just talked about what's going on. They asked us why we're doing this, what we're all about, what we believe, and it gave us a good opportunity to speak. I ended up being interviewed again by the same news network on the day of the protest. They didn't air anything from that interview, but I think it'd be important to keep those contacts since they were so fair. For future reference, I know we've had quite a bit of success on Fresno radio, on KMJ, and I think expanding that out and trying to reach out to the CBS News reporters next time we have anything local going on, I think would be really, really good. Now for the county updates, I found a chair pro tem for Calaveras. I've got and that's a very, very rural, very spread out county. I think we've historically had 1 or 2 members, and a couple of those people I've reached out to in the past, but now we have probably 3 or 4 that seem interested, at least to some degree or another, and we have one that's willing to step up and help organize over there, so that's good news. He's also close to a lot of other neighboring rural counties, and there's from Calaveras, he's close to El Dorado, he's close to, I believe it's Alpine and a few others, and some of those counties have 1 or 2 members of the state party there, so I think that could be the start of getting kind of a regional thing going over there. Not so great news. We've had a couple of other chairs step down, as Brandon mentioned, up in the north. We've had that happen in the Central Valley as well. Fresno, Nicholas Wildstar was chair for a while, and he's now running for governor as a Republican, so he stepped down from his position. San Joaquin County had an organizing meeting and elected officers back in sometime in the summer. Their chair unfortunately had to step down. He just didn't have a whole lot of time to run the organization. So we're going to have to start over there. I do have a long list of contacts I'm going to keep in touch with. I'm going to reach out again, and a couple of us are going to, if you don't mind me mentioning, Kevin Moore offered to help run an interest meeting to help cultivate leaders over there. So we're going to be working on that. That's kind of my next project. And then also the chair of Stanislaus County just stepped down. So we're going to need to reorganize over there as well. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Are there any? Oh, go ahead, Eduardo or Mr. Flores.
I'll yield to Mr. Flores, who is who was the chair of Stanislaus County. So I don't speak for him.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that we do have somebody in place for chair pro tem. It'll be Charles Burr. He's accepted already. So I look forward to having him get active, and hopefully the other 2 people who are supposedly willing to fill the other vacancies for treasurer and secretary will follow through and set up the bank account and actually start getting active here. I leave it in good hands, though. I do like what Charles is about, and he is definitely motivated. So yeah, Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Is there, and John, I muted you because there was background noise. So is there any other questions for the Central Area Coordinator report? Okay, hearing none, that brings us to the Southern Area Coordinator report. Ms. Hewitt?
Okay, I'm not going to go over my whole report. You guys have it if you want to read it. But I just wanted to go over a few things real quick. I wanted to thank Mimi for helping San Diego County with their FPPC. They've had some issues with the treasurer, and so they're trying to get some stuff squared away, and she's a big part in helping them get that all squared away. Also, Orange County is going to be their, they're having their lockdowns are being lifted, so they're going to be having a gun show. What was it called? Crossroads of the West gun show will be starting up the end of March. And if anybody wants to go out and support Orange County with that tabling thing, you know, that's always a fun thing to go to, a gun show. So I wanted to mention that. And let's see, what else? Oh, San Bernardino County. I know we have a county supervisor positions coming up. If anybody knows anybody that would be good for a county supervisor position in San Bernardino County, please get in touch with myself or Mimi or, you know, TJ maybe, if anybody can think of somebody that would be good for that position. And is there any questions?
Okay, I'm not hearing any questions. Thank you very much, Wendy. Or I'm sorry, Ms. Hewitt. Are there any questions? No. Okay, so that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the LNC report, which I believe Mr. Ferrer is going to be giving us.
Hello, it's me again. I changed clothes and stood up for the LNC report, so you know it's completely different now. Let me share my screen again. So for the LNC, Jeff Hewitt is your representative and I'm the alternate, which means I get to do all the hard work, like create the reports, and he gets to take all the credit. It's a very good relationship that we have. His picture also gets to come first on the report. A few things, we had a couple of events in Q1, or a couple of meetings. An LNC meeting on January 3rd. There was a special executive session to talk about a potential legal matter on January 16th. And then an LNC meeting just this last weekend on March 7th. And coming up, there may or may not be a meeting on April 4th. I'm unclear. I think there's also going to be one at the beginning of June, which should be in person finally. But I did want to put on here what Mimi had just talked about, which is in August. We're going to have the Region 4 training in Long Beach, California. And at the end of August, there's going to be an LNC 50th anniversary party happening in Denver, Colorado, with more details to come very shortly. So that's some of the upcoming stuff that we've got going on. On the main part of the body here, there's just a lot of real quick bullet items I'm going to go through here. We've got a new executive director for the Libertarian Party. My last report, he was named the interim director, and now he's been appointed to the interim has been taken away from the title. And so Tyler Harris is now our executive director. Bill Redpath has been named our ballot access coordinator. We paid off the mortgage for the headquarters, so we have no debt anymore for our building. And any future contributions will go towards expansions and improvements to that building. We are forming a Libertarian elected support system, also known as LESS. And this is to help support the 224 Libertarians that hold elective office in 37 different states. 96 of those are actual partisan offices where the L stands next to their name, and 128 are nonpartisan offices where They just bring our values to the table and let people know what libertarians stand for, but they don't get that little L next to their name. As Mimi talked about, we're working on this joint national and state membership. California is currently negotiating with the national party in order to make that happen. LNC is hiring new staff. There's a communications director coming soon, and they just announced the activism coordinator, which will be Michelle. Let me throw over here the revenue numbers. So far, year to date, the January report for revenue, we've already brought in over $200,000 at the national level for January. If we keep that pace up, we'll be at well over $2 million for the year. We're hoping with the 50th anniversary celebration to go even above that. Last year, we ended up with about 2.1 million in revenue. And so that's getting close to some of our highs back from the Gary Johnson campaign time. And it's definitely well above the lows that we've had in between there. Monetized referral links program canceled. There was a lot of controversy about this. It was reviewed at the last LNC meeting. There were no motions made to modify it or reduce or to go back on the cancellation, but a lot of data was made available. And I know some people are working on a potential motion to bring that back or make some modifications to it. The affiliate in a box contest is ongoing right now. If there are any affiliates, whether it's a state affiliate like California or any of the county affiliates also apply, you can put together a recommendation for what a new affiliate should spend their first $250 on. What should they put into a box and sell for $250 basically, and give to a new affiliate. And so if your affiliate in a box is selected, then as an affiliate, you get $1,000 for having the winning box. And then there will be a scholarship program for new affiliates down the road. And as they become new affiliates, they can apply for this scholarship and they will receive either the $250 to go buy the stuff in the box, or we might even assemble the box and then send it to them, depending on how it all works out and what's in the box. Now I just went to 7 in my head there, the movie 7, what's in the box? Anyways, membership numbers, the latest report is from the end of February. National's at just over 20,000. California has just under 1,800 of those. We're still number 1, but Texas is getting very close to us. So we should probably bump up our membership numbers at National in order to continue to stay number 1. At the last committee meeting, a number of committees were formed or filled out through elections. So here's some of the people on those committees. And we've got someone from California, I think, on each committee. And last but not least, the chair names an activist of the month every month. Here are the last 3 months. We have some California hopefuls right there, Alicia and Aaron, doing all the great work in Oxnard that they continue to do as activists.
I have a question on
And then, as I like to put at the bottom, here I'm not going to plea for money. Instead, I'm going to let you guys know that I have created a Facebook group. I still am not posting out there as often as I'd like to, but this is where I'm going to start to put all of the LNC updates as I get them, so that you guys don't have to wait for the report in order to see these. And the LNC has regular programming basically every night of the week now. There's another program being posted out to the YouTube page. And I know Zach, who's on the executive committee here, is one of the people who's consistently out there putting a show together. So any questions on that report?
Yeah, the parentheses under platform, what's the story on that?
Yeah, so those 4 people, Amanda, Dean, Starchild, and Curry, all tied for the last position. And because we were doing that vote online using OPA vote, there wasn't a defined tiebreaker. And so there's going to be a separate ballot coming out, I think today, to the LNC to go settle who has that last position. So just a tiebreaker vote.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Mimi, I think you're muted. I see your lips moving.
Darn it. Any other questions for the LNC report? And I just wanted to, I actually meant to mention the affiliate in the box as well. thank you for mentioning that. That's something that, you know, people in the state can get involved in, and once they get that, it'll be probably helping some of our affiliates get some stuff. So that'll be.
I have a question. When does the affiliate in the
Ms.
box
Mercado.
contest end?
Soon, actually. Hold on. Let me, I'll just go out to the website and check. It's lp.org, LP affiliate in a box, and the deadline, April 15th. So in 1 month from tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the LNC report? Okay, hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the election for the state credentials committee, which is a 5-member committee. They will be electing or appointing their own chair. And this is the committee that works with credentialing for our convention. There's some work to do prior to the convention, and then during the convention, there is actually work to be done as city, you know, taking turns at the credentials table and so forth. So I'm going to open nominations for the credentials committee.
I've got a couple of nominations.
Okay, Mr. Prosser.
I would like to nominate Julian Sprague, Gino Celillo, that's GINO CELILLO.
Can you spell that again real quick, the last name?
CELILLO. And Susan Aquino.
Okay. Is there any additional nominations for the credentials committee?
I have a nomination of Shane Strawn.
And by the way, just real quick, John, all of those 3 people have accepted the nominations, right?
I spoke with all of them this past week. So they were all still interested.
Okay. Okay, and Shane, you're interested in this committee?
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. And Kalish, did you have a nomination, or was that going to be your nomination?
Shane is going to be my well, I was going to volunteer him / nominate him, but yes.
Okay. Is there any additional nominations? That's right now we've got 4 for 5 positions. Is there anybody else that is?
Do you know, Mimi, if Anthony Frada is still interested in that position?
I can speak for that one. I talked to him too, and he's not anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
He wasn't 100% sure if he was going to convention, so he didn't want to commit and underdeliver.
Any other nominations? Any volunteers? If you're in one of our guests and you'd like to volunteer, you can do that. It's an
For the
important
good of the
committee, I
group,
gotta be
I'll
honest.
volunteer. I'll volunteer.
Okay. Zach has been nominated and is willing to do it, and only because he's volunteering for the good of all of us. So that gives us the 5, 1, 2, 3. That gives us 5 people for 5 positions. If there's nobody else that's going to be nominated, I will close nominations.
Thank you, Zach.
So yes, thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, you know. It's not that bad. Okay, so that's 5 nominees for 5 positions. We could go to a vote with Noda being part of that, or somebody could make a motion right now to.
I
Okay, I'll
move
make
to
the motion.
accept all of the nominees thus far for the credentials committee as a slate, I guess,
Yeah, by acclamation as a slate.
by acclamation as a
Who
slate.
seconded?
Eduardo.
Who seconded? Eduardo?
Ed.
Okay. Thank you, Eduardo. Okay, or Mr. Flores. Okay, it's been moved by Ms. McCardle, seconded by Mr. Flores to accept these nominees as a slate, a yes vote, or basically the alternate would be to vote no, and that would be the same as voting no to. I'm going to just do this with, is there any objections? Okay, hearing none, they have been elected to the Credentials Committee. Congratulations and thank you very much. It's really much appreciated. And then you guys will, that committee will determine their own chair. That brings us to the next election, which is also 5 members, which is the Awards Committee. I'm opening, and the Awards Committee, again, it's tasked with determining our award recipients this year that will be given a lovely, was it a plaque or it was a glass? Our last year's recipient was Ms. McCardle, and she got a very lovely glass thing that actually did have her name spelled right after it wasn't the first time. So, but it is lovely. So I'm opening nominations for that committee. Again, it's a committee of 5 people.
I nominate Rachel Nix.
Okay. And Rachel, do you accept?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Any other nominations? And or volunteers?
I'm going to start
I'll
naming
volunteer
people.
again.
I'm sorry, who was that?
I'll do it again.
Okay, Eduardo. Any other volunteers and or nominations?
I nominate Wendy Hewitt.
Wendy, do you accept?
Yes, I was gonna volunteer anyway, so.
I saw your mouth moving, so. Okay, Wendy, that's 3. Is there anyone else?
I would like
Anthony. Sorry.
I would like to nominate Richard Fast if he would accept.
Thank you, but I will
Richard, would you? Okay, and by the way, I forgot to mention, and I should have, Zach Foster obviously just spoke. He came back into the room at 11:20, so he's now seated. And Richard, you've been unseated unless somebody else leaves. Okay, so Richard has declined. Is there anybody else is there any other nominees and or volunteers? It's really not that much work, I don't think. I don't know. I wasn't on the committee.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Angela McCardle.
Okay, Angela, do you accept that nomination?
Since I got the award last year, I guess I'll accept just helping for the award this year. Let's make that a
Thank you.
trend. Let's make that a trend.
Yes. Well, unless the person that wins leaves the state or something like that.
If he would accept, I would like to nominate Adrian Malagon.
Adrian, would you be willing to serve on that committee?
Adrian might have stepped away from his computer.
I believe Adrian might have
Yeah.
stepped away, but I will call him and see if he is willing
Sorry,
to accept. One moment.
I just ran to the bathroom. Yes, I will accept.
Okay. Well, that brings us to 5 people. If there are no other nominees / volunteers, which I'm assuming there won't be, I'll close nominations. Once again, we've got 5 people for 5 positions. Would somebody like to make a motion to do this by acclamation as a slate?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Flanahan. Who seconded?
Your vice chair.
Mr. Doctor.
Moved by Mr. Flanahan, seconded by Dr. Olson. Is there any objections to accepting those 5 people as a slate? Hearing none, congratulations and/or condolences, I guess. Thank you very much for doing it. It's very appreciated, and I know that it's work, but it'll be fun. Okie dokie. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, and boy, we are just zooming along here. So the next item on the agenda is candidate endorsement. So I'm going to open up the floor for any candidate endorsement. And I was under the impression somebody was going to be making that motion.
Don't be shy.
All right, I'll do it. I'd like to endorse.
But you were doing it anyway. So.
Well, that wasn't clear. Okay, I'd like to endorse.
Campaign's off to a great start.
I'd like to, well, the potential candidate has not yet decided whether he's running or not, but I'd like to endorse him anyway. Jeff Hewitt for governor.
Yes.
I was under the impression that he had. Supervisor Hewitt, will you be wanting this endorsement for running for said position?
In all the endorsements I've ever had in my life, this is the most important, because part of the reason this is where I got really involved with the Big L Libertarian Party. You know, having been a registered Libertarian since at least 1976, you know, getting involved with the party is a whole different thing. Getting asked to be on the executive committee and learning about how people with principles, not only do they fight like cats and dogs, but then they have a way of partying together afterwards and realizing that they're probably the closest friends in the entire universe. Yeah, this is an opportunity that very few of us ever have, and we're going to make a shot of it. And hey, maybe we can get lightning to strike twice. And if we do, I think the state of California, I think 2 years ago, the Public Policy Institute, I believe, is who ran a poll, and they said 62% of the registered voters, of all registered voters in California, said it was time for a viable third party. Well, you know, if you don't call no party preference a party, then we are the third party in California. And like I say, I think if they get somebody that gets their name out there enough, because this all comes down to name association, it comes down to raising money. I also am in a position right now that, for instance, Kevin Faulconer, who has thrown his hat in as a Republican, has a city of about 1.9 million people. My county is larger than his city. So, you know, as far as validity of being in a high position and stuff, I don't think that's going to be a problem. When I start breaking down and looking at it, we talked earlier about the counties up there in the state of Jefferson. You know, there's 1.75 million people that live in all those counties that identify with the state of Jefferson, and there could be 400,000 or 500,000 voters. I think they're probably going to favor a pro Second Amendment small government person over whoever else is running. So that's just one of many groups. I will be speaking a lot of Spanish. I'll be reaching out to evangelicals, who I have done a lot of work for getting them open back up last year during the pandemic. There's a lot of ways we can pull this off, but at the end of the day, I'm just a regular person like all the rest of you. And I've been very, very fortunate to have a whole lot of libertarians work with me to get me in this position. And hopefully we can pull something off and put our party in the limelight in a really good way.
Well, thank you. And from that, I take it that you're accepting the nomination. So therefore, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Lanahan and seconded by Kenneth Brent Olson that the executive committee endorse Supervisor Hewitt for governor of California. Just as a note that obviously the recall election has not been finalized. However, I believe it's in order to endorse at this time because it looks highly unlikely that they won't get the number of petitions and that this will be going to a vote. So I don't think that there's any issues with endorsement at this time.
I have a
So
discussion.
I was
I have
just
a-
going to put it up to discussion. So is there any discussion? Because it's been moved and seconded. Ms. McCardle.
Yeah, I am in favor of endorsing Jeff and I'm going to vote for him. I would like to remind everyone on the call and some of the viewers watching that we're going to have a convention and there are likely going to be people who might want to endorse another candidate because that happened in our previous gubernatorial race. And to just be mindful of that and be sensitive of people's feelings. But at this point, I think Jeff is, definitely the best candidate for the job and he's got my support.
And thank you, Angela. That is a very good point that I should have made, is that the executive committee does have the authority to do endorsements. However, this endorsement will likely have to be done again at convention because ultimately the delegates at convention have the final word on endorsement. So it's possible that others can run and and make a motion at convention, but at this time it's just getting the ball rolling so that he can put it on his literature that he's been endorsed by his party. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority vote, so therefore I'm going to ask that the secretary take the roll in. If you could do it alphabetical order, that's better, but if you do it the way you did it last time, that's fine too.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, it's going to take forever for me to reorganize it. All right. Let's go with Vice Chair Olson.
Oh, yes.
I'm voting yes. Treasurer Howd.
I'm voting yes.
Coordinator Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff.
Coordinator Prosser.
Yes.
Coordinator Hewitt.
Yes.
At large, I'm sorry, Shane, I don't have your last name written down here.
It's Strawn.
Strawn.
Thank you. And that was a yes?
Yes.
At large Flores.
Heck yeah.
At large Foster.
That's a yes.
And confirming at large McCardle.
Absolutely, yes.
At large Morrow.
100% yes.
At large Nix.
Definitely 100% absolutely yes.
At large Jillian Olson.
Yes.
And at large Shannon.
Abstain.
Abstained. That would be, and as the chair, well, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 yeses and 1 abstained. Does the chair wish to vote?
The chair is voting and the chair is voting 100% yes.
All righty, that makes it 14 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
Well, congratulations, Supervisor Hewitt, soon to be our next governor of the state of California.
And
if I have anything to do with it.
And thank you all.
1400% yes.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, listen, hey, we're not just going after Republicans. There's a lot of Democrats that want to hear things about, qualified immunity reform, about getting the police unions to get rid of the bad eggs. There's all kinds of things we can run on. So let's get excited. And like I say, maybe we can pull this off.
Well, I'm excited. So, okay. Well, is there any other endorsements that anybody would like to consider? And I know of no others. So. Okay, well that takes care of that agenda item. So the next item on the agenda is going to be the membership agreement with National. And I am going to share my screen on this because I do have some information on this and also explain why we've got this going here. So wrong thing. Here we go. Okay, so if you can see my screen, the first thing that I mentioned, and we have 15 minutes for this agenda item. per the bylaws, bylaw 5, section 1 for membership, part of that is that the executive committee may authorize participation in a joint membership agreement with National, and that will satisfy the and then that can also be used for dues sharing, but that is this committee's authority, and actually it's the only place that the authority exists in the bylaws. It's not something that's left to the delegates, it's something that's left to this committee. So as I mentioned previous, the LNC chair, Joe Bishop-Henchman, he presented a policy manual amendment that was passed 17-0 to allow for joint membership. And so California was the first state to contact them and say that we believe that we would be interested. I just, as a little bit of information, you know, during the Joe Jorgensen campaign, there were 1,370, well, there was many members that joined direct through that. So by the end of that election, there were 1,370 national members that were not members of the state party. And my headset's about to die, so hold on a second. So can you hear me? Somebody nod. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, sorry, my earbuds died. Or anyways, so that was why I had come up with the idea of having that landing page, but this would actually make it far easier. So our executive director, Mr. Ferreira, met with members of national staff to kind of go through how this would work and what we'd be doing. Some of this is kind of, you know, in the weeds stuff about how we would, you know, deal with it through the FPPC and the FEC. But the major issues are that National has agreed that all of the transactions that happen through National, they will eat the fees. So we would be getting the full memberships, whichever amounts those were. And that all of these memberships would initiate at the national level and funnel down, as opposed to us doing combined memberships to funnel up. People would still have the opportunity to join either national or the state independently without joining both. And the counties would still have the opportunity to have their new members join through the counties. That none of that would change. They decided that we have multiple levels of membership, and so do they, and they're not necessarily congruent. So there would be 3 different levels that would be on the sign-up page, which would be a basic membership, which would be $25 each to the state and national. And then there would be one that would be what is our supporter level, and that would be $60 to national and $50 to us, and then a lifetime membership, which would be $1,000 to us and $1,500 to them. And those would be the 3 membership levels that would be put on the website. They would be sending us a check every month, or ACH, one of the 2. These would be, the membership dates might be slightly off because of our bylaws, but that can be done manually. And one of the questions that came up was that National doesn't explicitly have you click to say you accept the pledge. However, what it does say is that by joining, you're accepting the certification. I think that meets our requirements, so I don't think we'd need to do any follow-up work on that. And National will make sure that they have the county fields as well as employer and occupation, so those things would still happen. At this point, the memberships that come through that National would be considered as coming through the state party for new memberships in terms of dues sharing. However, I do know that there's an amendment, a bylaw amendment that's on the report for our convention to change that all memberships, new or renewal, would be split 50-50. So that would kind of work itself out at that point. So the question to this committee is, would we like to enter into that agreement? And if so, they're drafting it, and we can be the first state on board to see how this works. And I think I personally think it's a good idea, because I think that there are a lot of people that if they knew that they were only joining national at the time they joined national, they would join the state as well. And this would make it very easy for them to do it in a single click transaction. So I'm going to open it up to discussion.
Question. You said that people would still be able to join through their county or through the state. You mean initiate their membership through the county or through the state, right? They can't decide that they want to be a state party member and not a national member or vice versa, correct? Just want to clarify that.
Yes, correct. So it would be, they would be given at the national page, they'd be told that they could either do it this way jointly or they could do it separately. And at the state page, we would tell them that they could either go join jointly or they could join separately. And the counties, you know, with their way of doing their membership intake, could still keep doing what they're doing.
When you say separately, that confuses me.
You can either join one, the other, or both. You can either join them both together with this one-click thing, or you can still join just national or just the state.
Oh, okay.
And same thing, if you don't want to join at one of those three levels, you can still go to the state party and join, for instance, a statesman or a patriot, or if you have $5,000, a beacon of liberty. Ms. McCardle has her hand up.
So there's a bylaws proposal coming down the pipeline for convention that says that if it passes, it'll make it so that we don't have out-of-state memberships. But if it doesn't pass, then we still have out-of-state memberships. Is that going to be impacted if this passes? If we have this joint membership with national, where people are joining up at the national party, but they don't live in the state, but they're in-state members, or
Mimi, I can address that if you'd like.
You can, and I think I know the answer too, but I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, so it's much easier for national if we don't allow that. So they're very much looking forward to that bylaw passing. But we did figure out a way, it's an extra script that they have to add to the back end, that people who are outside of the state of California could still be California members and do this due sharing process.
Okay. And is there any chance in the future that we would be able to have people join from the state page, or are we going to put a message, or like how would we make the knowledge like consistent across the board? So if people go to join the state party, are they going to be made aware that they could go to a different website and join, or is it just, hey, wherever you land, that's kind of the information you get?
No, it'll be right on the landing page for membership, whether it be through national or through the state. So when you land on the state page, it'll say you can, you know, click here to join both national and the state, or you can just join the state. And same thing at national. So it'll be transparent to the person joining before they join. You know, they'll be able to see that.
Does it impact Neon at all, or how the secretary or anyone else uses Neon?
No, it impacts it that there will be manual transactions that have to be put into Neon at this point. But we already do that for counties. I mean, it's not as though that's something that we don't do. So I don't think it'll be a huge deal. And we also now have an executive director that's helping with that Neon input. So I think that that's going to be something fairly easily worked out. And I do see that there's additional hands raised. So I'm gonna, if Angela, if you have more questions, I can come back to you, but I'm gonna go to first Eduardo and then Richard Fast. Eduardo?
I kind of cleared it up with John, but I guess I was concerned about the county dues, but I already know it comes out of the state fees with that. So moot point, never mind.
But just to add, there still will be the same dues sharing as there's always been. So dues sharing won't be affected. Next would be Richard Fast, and Angela, I see that your hand was physically up, so I'll get back to you after Richard. So Richard, and there's no objection hearing from Richard. I'm taking it. Hearing none. Richard?
Yeah, my question was, suppose if we were to change the membership levels at convention, for example, if we were to create a new student level membership, suppose that's $10 or $15 per year, would that have any impact on this proposal?
Okay, so the answer to that is, as I just mentioned, it's not the delegates at convention that come up with membership levels. The only place in the bylaws that has that is that the executive committee is the one that comes up with membership levels. So if we were going to do a student membership, that would be something that this committee could vote on. However, that wouldn't be something that would be, and Tim, you can answer this, but that wouldn't be something that would be comparable to a national membership. So that would be through the state only, correct? If that were to happen.
Maybe I have a follow-up question. Would this meeting be appropriate to propose a membership level, or excuse me, a student level membership?
Possibly. I mean, it could be a motion to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda. You would not be able to do that at this point because at this point you're not a seated at large. You're the alternate. But yes, it could be done at this meeting. But I would like to, if TJ's there, could you answer and say if I was right or wrong?
We already have more membership levels than what's being presented here. These three were selected because they line up very well with what National has. So someone could join at the same level. Down the road, adding more memberships and adding different levels where someone could join as a lifetime member for California, but just a basic member for National, those types of variations. Those are things that we want to open up, but right now, just to get this program started, we went with the three most common memberships that we have, which is basic, supporter, and lifetime. When you look at our NEON database, almost no one is at any of the other membership levels at this time.
It's very few. We do have some statesmen and some of the Patriot, but not many. So yeah, it would be the same thing. So we could have a student membership, which would just not be part of this. And then Eduardo, your hand is still up, so I don't know if you want to lower your hand because you've already gotten your answer. And Ms. McCardle has her hand up.
Yeah. Are there any thoughts on how this could potentially impact delegate status? Is this going to get us maybe more delegates at the state level, maybe less, about the same?
Oh, I can answer that. If right now, we have a lot of state members. So as I mentioned, there was 1,370 state members that weren't national members. We also had about 500, or I'm sorry, national members that weren't state members. We had about 500 state members that weren't national members. If all of them became national members, that would increase our allocation of delegates for the national convention. So, depending on how, Texas, they're gaining on us, but yeah, the more it would give us more membership at national, which is what comes up, and that's what you're asking about is national delegates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it would increase national membership for California, so that would be a net positive. And actually, that leads me to a question for TJ. You had said that they have a way that they can on the back end put those members as California members. Does that mean that if somebody lives in Texas, we would get credit for them in terms of our membership through national, as an example?
It depends on if they have, and I'm actually answering Joe's question in the chat, which is very similar to that. It depends on if they are a member of their home state. So there are a lot of people who are not members of their home state, but are members of California and national, even though they live other places like Texas. And in some cases, the reason for that is their home state doesn't have membership, or it doesn't recognize due paying members the same way that we do. And so it all depends from state to state and member to member what they do. But we do have cases where people live outside of California. They have mailing addresses outside of California, but they are only a member of the California State Party and the National Party and no other party. And so in those cases, we do get credit for them as our membership.
Okay. And before I go back to you, Angela, is there anybody other than Angela
Madam Chair, we're at
Okay,
time and I move to extend by 5 minutes.
Okay,
Second.
Ms. Nix, okay, Ms. Nix has moved to extend by 5 minutes, seconded by Angela McCardle. Is there any objection to extending time by 5 minutes? Hearing none, we're extended by 5 minutes. And Ms. McCardle?
Will this impact how the membership committee has curated their messaging to potential members and lapsed members and so on and so forth? Does it create any more work for them or change their jobs?
I don't see how that would change their jobs at all.
They wouldn't work with national.
I know national sends out membership, reminders. The state sends out national or membership reminders. We mail letters. I don't think any of that would have to change. We wouldn't be suddenly, mailing every national member, but we'd still be mailing the California members. So no, I don't see how that would add any additional work. Mr. Prosser, your hand is up.
Yeah, I guess this is sort of discussion, so hopefully it's not out of order. But I'm just trying to figure out, just trying to understand this a little bit better, because I thought the object of this would be to simplify things down and have one list. So the way I understood unified membership was that we had one list as California members at the state and national level instead of two separate lists. So this wouldn't do that then. Essentially, it sounds like, if I understand it correctly, it sounds like all we're doing here is just publicizing what we're already doing, because we already have a link, and the national party already put up a link recently to where when you join, you can join the state party and join the national party if you'd like to. I mean, I know they're two separate things, but it prompts people to become a member of each one. So now it sounds like we're still just giving people options. They can either do both or one or the other, which doesn't seem to really change things very much, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Okay, so right now, it's first of all, this would make it a one-click proposition for the people that do it, which is something that most people would prefer to do. They don't want to do two different forms with two different credit card authorizations and so forth. It would be one click. Secondly, you don't get to that page now. I mean, they did implement my idea, but it's like after you've already joined national, you go to a page that says thank you. And by the way, you're not a member of the state. If you want to be a member of the state, click here. And then it takes you to another page that gives you a clickable map. And then you can click there. It takes you several steps to get there. And it doesn't tell you before you join that you're only joining one. It tells you after the fact when people don't even necessarily read the landing page. So you're right. It wouldn't be one unified list because we're still leaving it up to the individuals as to what they want to do. If they want to be a member of both, we don't want to force it on people if they don't want to be a member of both. But it definitely gives a much better opportunity for us to capture memberships that we wouldn't otherwise capture. And it gives us the opportunity to grow our membership at the same time that National's membership in California has grown. So I think it is totally, it's different. It's not the same. It's not, this is something that gives them the information up front instead of 3 clicks down the road.
Okay, then a follow-up question would be, is the National Party giving states the option to do a true unified list? Or so is this a proposal that we're putting forward for us to vote on, or is this the way that all the states would be going about it?
It's up to each state whether or not they want to be involved in this, and up to each state to negotiate their own contract. There's nothing that's forced by what Joe did.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? If not, is there any motion? Okay, I see nobody else with their hands up. Is there, I'm sorry?
I kind of sort of thought I heard somebody say motion, but didn't come through clearly.
So, well, I would like to make a motion, but I'm not sure exactly how to word it. I mean, because I would like to accept this, become part of this arrangement with National. And I'm not sure exactly how to word that motion.
Well, as I said before, the executive committee may authorize participation in a joint membership agreement with the National Libertarian Party. So I believe that would be the motion.
So I would like to move that that we authorize participation in a joint membership arrangement with the National Libertarian Party for the purpose of satisfying the dues requirement.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who is that?
Paul.
Okay,
It's time.
Mr. Flannery. Okay, we've reached time. There is a motion with a second. So if there's no further discussion or a motion to amend or to extend time, we will be going to an immediate vote. This does not require, this is not one of the things in the bylaws that requires a supermajority vote. It would be a majority vote, so 8 members. So I'll start with this. Is there any objection to this motion?
I wouldn't object to this motion. I guess I'm thinking ahead a little bit. Would it be possible to negotiate another version of this at some later time, or would that be a pretty big hassle once it's already set in stone?
That's discussion, but I'll let Tim answer that anyways.
Yeah, so this is definitely open for changes and further negotiations as we go along. They just want something to start with so that we can start to see if there's any problems with it.
Okay. All right, so we're back to the vote. We have run out of time. I'll ask again, is there any objections to approving this motion to do the joint membership with National? Okay, hearing none, the motion has passed. And that ends that particular agenda item. So thank you. And TJ and myself will continue the negotiations with National to get this up and running. And we're leading the way, which is kind of cool because that means that we're kind of having our input before any other state, which I think is also kind of cool. So
Point of information, did this get sent out anywhere? I've been trying to read it, but it's just, I've been able to see what's on your screen and that's it.
this was just notes I made this morning, so I can send this out to everybody afterwards, which is the notes that Tim sent me.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and he sent me notes, and I kind of I apologize that I didn't send it out sooner, but I will send it out to everybody in just a little while. That brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the retention of an accountant. So this is an item that is not currently in our budget. Although we had talked about it, it didn't get budgeted directly. So as I mentioned, Mr. Haug is going to be not seeking re-election. And so I just kind of, at our last meeting, we discussed hiring an accountant firm to do the FEC and FPPC filings as well as audit our books. However, we are looking to hire an accountant firm to do the majority of the books, as Steve will not be seeking re-election as treasurer. I spoke with Kathy Gatewood. She's an accountant in Modesto, and she currently does the accounting work and compliance filings for several political organizations, including the Sacramento County LP, several LP candidates. I believe she was actually Supervisor Hewitt's treasurer on his supervisor campaign. She does a lot of this stuff. And when I had a meeting with her, she indicated that in reality, doing just the compliance or doing everything would be about the same amount of work, you know, because the only thing really extra she'd be doing, because she has to get all of our stuff into our books anyway to do the compliance, is to do things like our payables and our receivables. And the pricing would be between $1,000 and $1,500 per month, which I've checked with other accountants in general that do this kind of bookkeeping for businesses. Kathy is the only one that I know that does it for political parties. That actually is a very fair amount for the amount of work that it would be. If the board approves this expenditure, Steve, TJ, and I will meet with her to go over the particulars to get a firm price, but it would be in the neighborhood. The maximum would be $1,500 a month. So, of course, Steve has done an amazing job as treasurer, especially considering, and I'm just reading what I wrote, considering the mess that he inherited. And he's leaving our books in really good order, but it's grown into a larger and larger job, which is why we had already spoken about hiring an accountant to do the compliance stuff to make it easier for him. I think this will be of paramount importance in order to get a new treasurer, because the new treasurer would still have they'd still have the liability of being the treasurer we can't have an accountant be our treasurer unless she joins the party and runs for treasurer, because our bylaws and also campaign finance laws require that we have an elected treasurer that is the treasurer that signs our reports, that takes on that liability. They'd also have to be somebody that, is familiar with compliance issues so that they can they can oversee and make sure everything's done on time. And also so that they have general accounting so that they can, report to us, report to the convention and all of that. And I don't know why this is there because I put my notes all on one thing, so forget about that part. So that's pretty much it. This would be a budget item that we'd be adding, as Steve has already mentioned. Although we had a balanced budget, we have already brought in more than, thus far this year, we've brought in more than anticipated and spent less than anticipated. I don't think that this amount of money would be an issue. And the reason I'm bringing it now is I think it would make the utmost sense to get her onboarded prior to the convention, so that after convention, we've got continuity. So I will open this up for discussion. I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen for now. Is there any discussion on this, or is there any, would anybody, I'd entertain a motion to approve this expenditure.
This is Brent Olson. I would move to approve this expenditure.
I will second it. Eduardo.
Okay, so Dr. Olson has moved and Mr. Flores has seconded to approve the expenditure of no more than $1,500 a month to retain an accountant to do our bookkeeping, accounting, and compliance needs. Is that the motion I had? Dr. Olson, did that sound about like what you said?
Yes, it did.
All right, is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. This requires a supermajority because it's an expenditure. So if the secretary could take a roll call.
Okay, we're gonna go the other direction on the list here. So we'll start with at-large Shannon.
Aye.
At-large Jay Olson.
Yes.
At-large Nix.
Yeah. Yes.
At-large Morrow.
Yes.
At-large McCardle.
I vote yes.
At-large Foster.
Yes.
At-large Flores.
Yes.
At-large Strawn.
Yes.
Coordinator Hewitt.
Yes.
Coordinator Prosser.
Oh, yes.
Coordinator Nelson. I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Treasurer Haug.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Vice Chair Olson.
Yes.
Does the chair want to vote?
No, I won't be voting. So that's 14-0 with the chair not voting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the motion passed. So we will initiate that. And as I said, TJ and Steve and I will have a meeting with Kathy to get the onboarding so that we can get this going. And I think it's going to be good. So thank you guys very much. And that ends that agenda item, which brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Bylaws Committee report. Would the chair of the Bylaws Committee, Ms. Nix, like to give her report?
Yes, can I just get 1 second though?
Sure. And do you want to, I don't know if you want to share your screen for anything or not, or if you want me to, but let me know.
I wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we got here faster than I expected. All right, I sent out the Bylaws Committee report, I believe yesterday or the day before. I apologize for that being a little late. We've had a couple meetings since December. We had 2 in February to finalize a preliminary and a final report to be posted, which it has on our website. I also emailed it to all of at least the ExCom separately, and I believe Mimi included it in the email that she sent out to everybody. It was, yeah, so that was all posted on March 5th, or before March 5th, which was the 70-day requirement. We did have a self-imposed 90-day for the preliminary, and we did not meet that goal, and I apologize for that, but it was sent out ahead of time. Mimi did catch an error, it's just a typo that I had made in it. So I reissued a new one. So if you downloaded it right when I sent it out, just make sure that you have the most corrected one. It should be at around March 1st if I sent it to you. And does anyone have any questions?
I don't see any questions. So that brings us to, and thank you very much. And thank you for getting that done. And it was posted. And I also have sent it out to all of the counties so that all the counties have that. And I will also send out an email to all of the membership to let them know that it's on the website as well. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Platform Committee report. Mr. Dean?
Hi, I sent a little progress report. You all should have a copy of that. We, of course, got started much later than the Bylaws Committee, and our deadline for our report is much later. That's all in the bylaws. And so we don't have our results yet, but we are making progress. We have been having meetings, and our expectation is that we will have a number of proposals, which if the delegates accept them, will give us a much improved platform. It won't be perfect, but it will be better than what we have now. As you all know, our platform has not been updated in the last 2 years, and we hope to fix that. So we do expect to have a report on time, and we hope you like it. That's it.
We can't hear Mimi.
That's because I muted myself, sorry. Is there any questions? And thank you, Mr. Dean.
I just have to make a statement. I like your background, Joe. I'd love to have something like that. Where'd you get it?
Well, it's a combination. The circle thing is just a logo that one of our activists made locally, and the other, and I just superimposed it over a map of Santa Clara County that I found online.
That's pretty cool.
Is that a Zoom background, or is it actually something behind
It's a Zoom background, but I just made it out of 2 graphics that I already had.
Wow, that's neat.
Very nice.
I'd be willing to create that for anyone who wants one.
Ooh.
So let it be written, so let it be done. We'll take one for Riverside.
Any other questions for Mr. Dean? Hearing none, that will bring us to the next item on the agenda, which is the ad hoc committee report. Now, to be clear, there isn't really an ad hoc committee report per se, because that committee is still working on the generalized staffing plans that they will be coming back to the committee on. But one of the things that was a specific in the motion, in addition to the general staffing plan, was the agreement with Tim so that he would know and we would know what his day-to-day responsibilities were going to be. And that's what he'll be being reviewed on at the 6-month mark per that same motion. So I'm attempting to share my screen. This is at the last ad hoc committee meeting. We discussed, what would be presented at this meeting. And it was kind of decided that Tim and I would put together this initial proposal for the executive committee to review. And I apologize that I did not send this out ahead of time. Tim and I didn't really finalize it until this morning. So what I did was I just went from a template that National has for executive director and started with, generalize the executive director for the Libertarian Party of California will be a non-voting member of the executive committee, us, and will report to the chair. The ED will be the principal administrative assistant to the chair. The ED will oversee all programmatic and fundraising activities of the state party. The ED will oversee committee chairs and assist them as needed in setting and achieving their goals. The ED will set up priorities and employ his or her effort based on the current needs of the party. And this is for a general, this next sentence, an actual ED, not an interim. Ultimately, the ED is responsible for making sure everything that needs to get done is done, either by doing it or making sure it is delegated and following up appropriately. So as of our December 12th meeting, the executive committee, Tim Ferrer was appointed the interim ED for the Libertarian Party of California with the provision that his performance will be reviewed after a 6-month period on specific criteria set by the staffing ad hoc committee, which by extension would be then approved by this committee. So we came up with the general, which is organizational, coordinating the day-to-day activities of the Libertarian Party of California, responding to party email and telephone inquiries and referring them to the appropriate officer or committee as necessary, maintain the membership database by updating new and renewal membership information and updating membership renewals for continuing donors. And we didn't add this because it wasn't approved, but the ED will also be working with National as far as the membership, but I think that still goes along with number 3. The specific duties and responsibilities would be researching and implementing IT and CRM, i.e. telephone systems and neon replacement, working with the membership committee to design membership cards and researching vendors, assisting with updating automated membership emails, assisting with creation and transmittal of physical mailings, making welcome calls to new members. Then C, working with the candidate support committee to 1, identify upcoming races and candidates. D, working with the communications and marketing committee to streamline SendGrid, identifying content suggestions and soliciting writers. E, working with the affiliate support committee to facilitating communications between the state and county LPs, generating printed materials to distribute to the counties. F, working with the 2021 convention committee to be coordinating the AV and videography for the convention, creating logos and branding, created printed materials and researching vendors. And G, working with the social media committee to 1, creating reports to monitor user reports and analytics, and 2, assisting in the creation of content. And then lastly, we added expenses. The ED shall have a discretionary budget of $12,000 or $1,250, which by the way was approved in our budget at our last meeting. And he would also be reimbursed for any expenses that he makes approved by the EC, if it's additional expenses. So that is what we came up with. And being that this is the first part of what was going to be brought back to this committee, and I think it is important to get this done since we're already 3 months into the 6-month period. I will leave this open for discussion and a possible motion to accept this as his duty. Is there any discussion?
Move to make the motion, or yeah.
I just want to say one thing. Tim has been doing a lot of work. He really has. So it's hard to come up with a set plan for what we want him to do because he seems to be good at doing a lot of different things. So I just wanted to say thank you, Tim. And, you know, I hope this does lead to a paid position for you.
Well, I would certainly hope so. And you know, as we go forward, and I'll let him speak to this afterwards as well. But one of the things in his initial proposal is that, you know, if he's doing all these things, he would like to have the first opportunity to be the executive director when it comes to be a position. And I think that that would be something that we would be willing to put in a contract with him, being that he's doing all these things. I also just wanted to add, all of the things that I just listed in that list are all things he's currently doing. I mean, he's been working on all that stuff. For instance, the telephone system. Right after our meeting, we got notification from Ring Central that they were going to be raising our monthly cost for that, or actually our annual cost for that, by 1,144%. And that was not doable because suddenly it was ridiculous. So Tim jumped right on, and he worked on finding another solution, which we went with Grasshopper, and he set it all up. So, you know, and he's working on the CRM. He's doing these things already. And somebody was entertaining a motion, I think. Or actually, before we do that, Tim, did you want to speak to any of that or give any other information?
I think the only thing I'd want to add is this is pretty much a list of what I'm already doing. There's maybe one or two future looking things in here. Eventually, I'd like this to be more comprehensive. I guess I'm asking for more work, I guess is what I'm saying. This is a great thing to approve for now, but I don't think we're done with this.
No, and I will agree with you. So my understanding of what we're doing today is not necessarily coming up with the overall job description for an executive director, but rather a job description for the interim executive director, which will be what his review will be based on at the 6-month mark. So this is by no means the ultimate report from the ad hoc committee on what that full job description would be. And did somebody want to make a motion? I heard that before, I thought.
I'll make the motion. Eduardo.
Okay, so Eduardo, you're making the motion to accept this as the interim job description of the executive director?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that. Wendy.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Flores, seconded by Ms. Hewitt. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there any objection? Hearing none, that will be the job description of the interim executive director for his review, which will happen in another 3 months, so in June.
Madam Chair,
Most likely. Yes, sir.
I'd like to suggest that we take a 5 or 10 minute stand at ease to deal with nature.
Things and stuff?
Yeah.
Virtual breaks.
Yeah.
Affairs of state must take precedence over the affairs of state.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead if there's no objection to giving us a stand at ease Let's say do you want to say for 10 or 15 minutes, or you just want to say we're going to come back at 1? Which would be,
Let's come back at 1.
okay. We're at ease until 1. And the voice will have to close. Actually, suppose I guess it's working. We're streaming. We're at ease. We're not in session, but I guess it's working that we're streaming through my personal Facebook page. So I guess we don't need to do anything different at this point, right? Let me say that's enough. All right. Well, we're at ease.
Hi, Pete.
Hi, Paul. Do you hear me?
I do. How you
Good.
been? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, busy. I don't know. I think the last meeting in December, I was, somewhere else. So I haven't seen you either. Where have you been?
Just staying busy working for Jeff Hewitt and dealing with all this party stuff and staying busy.
Yeah, good. Yeah, not much to add. I guess I'll be doing my report in a few minutes. We got a sunny day here in Northern California. I hope the weather's good your way.
It's been raining off and on for the better part of the whole last week down here.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's better than us. We had some rain. We had a day and a half, but and then we're supposed to get it tomorrow night late. But yeah, we're really in a drought condition here. It's way behind. You're probably even worse, huh?
Yeah. We're my flowers outside are really appreciating all this extra water.
I've already had my sprinklers on and off, just to keep things from dying. I can only imagine what this summer will be like. But hey, things are loosening up. You can go out to dinner now.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We were just down in the city of Menifee the other day at a vaccination clinic, and the mayor said that they're going to be doing an in-person fundraiser like we did last year with karaoke. So it's going to be fun.
Oh.
Hey, everybody. It's 1 o'clock. Real quick, it's 1 o'clock. Do we have all of our people? Because I don't know who's here and who's not.
I see a lot of folks are just off camera at this point, it looks like.
Yeah.
Here. People could open their browser window or put their hand up or unmute themselves. Something.
I'm here. Yeah, I don't have my video on, but I'm here.
Okay, so it sounds like we have 8 people. Freeway, no, I have nothing for you. So we have at least quorum. So I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. We're no longer at ease. So the next item on the agenda is the Candidate Support Committee report, which is going to be fairly short. Except for I realized I forgot to put something on this agenda. So I am going to make a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to add one item after committee reports before action items, which is the 2022 convention, which we need to talk about today because it's our last meeting before our 2021 convention. Is there a second to adding that to the report or to the agenda?
I'll second.
Okay. This requires a 2/3 vote, but I'm going to start with, is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, that will be added after the 2021 convention committee report. And I apologize, I meant to put that on there. I had everything ready for it and I forgot to put it on the agenda.
Madam Chair.
So, yes, who is that?
Richard Fast, if I may be recognized.
Sure. Or any objection? Hearing none. Yes, Mr. Fast.
Okay. I also would like to propose an additional agenda item under business. I would like to put a student membership level.
Okay. I'm gonna have to see if there's any at-larges that aren't here right now. So,
if necessary, I would be willing to move this on Richard's behalf.
Okay, so do you want to just go ahead and move to add the agenda item then to suspend the rules?
Yeah, I would move to add an agenda item for student memberships for Richard. How long? 5 or 10 minutes?
5 minutes should be enough.
For 5 minutes.
Okay, is there a second? and that's a motion to suspend the rules to add an agenda item, I'm assuming after the 2022 convention, before action items, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Eduardo, seconds.
Okay, so moved by Mr. Nelson, seconded by Mr. Flores. Again, it takes a 2/3 vote, but if there's no objections, then that will meet that requirement. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, that has been added to the agenda.
Madam Chair,
So, yes, sir.
did we get a time on the adding the 2022
Oh.
convention?
I apologize. I had meant to say 10 minutes.
10 minutes, thank you.
Free wish. Okay, so that brings us then to the next item on the agenda, which is the Candidate Support Committee report. I once again apologize that I didn't send a report, although there isn't much really to say, and I will send that report out after the fact. We've had several meetings since our last executive committee meeting. We have them every 2 weeks. At our last executive committee, I added Kalish Morrow to this committee as TJ Ferrer now as our XD as a advisory role on that committee, although he's still doing all the same amount of work. What we've been working on is identifying both races and candidates for upcoming elections, including there's yet another special election that just got announced, so we're going to be working on that. We're also working on various fundraising ideas now that we can, it looks like things are opening up. One of which, of course, is the one I already mentioned, which is the casino night in Long Beach in August. We also talked about certain other fundraisers that we might like to do. The other thing that we've been working on is setting up a donation portal for our FEC account, because we can now, being that we have an FEC account or committee, we can support candidates for congressional seats, Senate, and so forth. And it had been brought to our attention, and we're going to be talking about this, but Joe Dean had asked that if, being we have an FEC account, rather than the counties having to have their own FEC account, that we set it up so that the counties could have something similar to a coupon code or some kind of way of knowing that that money is coming in for those counties to be able to have input in the races. If for instance, there's congressional races in Santa Clara County, the money in our FEC account could be used toward that, with the direction of the Santa Clara County county organization, and we're discussing that and trying to figure out how that would all work. But I think that would be something that would be good to do. I'm sorry, I just saw that somebody put something in the chat. And really that's what we've been working on. We're also gearing up for the convention and our fundraiser there. So are there any questions on the Candidate Support Committee report? Hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the Communications and Marketing Committee report. Mr. Moltz?
Hello, do you hear me, Mimi?
We sure do.
Great.
Or at least I do.
What'd you say?
Well, you said, does everybody? And I said, we sure do.
Well,
but
at least
actually,
you do.
I can only speak for myself. Yeah.
Everyone else just fell asleep. Okay. The Communications and Marketing Committee report is as follows for this EC meeting. We, since the last EC meeting, we issued another newsletter of another issue of the Beacon just actually last week, and we're waiting for the metrics, the analytics to come out. I'll let you know about that. We have received 900 new newsletter subscribers since last summer. So in about 8 months now, I think this is a pretty impressive number. We upgraded our ask about subscribing. There's actually a newsletter page on the site that didn't exist in the past. We worked with Justin himself to put that up. And we also send out a welcome letter. I think you need to do that. Because a lot of times you sign up for something and there's just no response whatsoever until 3 months later when a newsletter comes, but you immediately receive a letter from us. We plan to issue another newsletter before the convention. One of the articles that I wrote was announcing the convention, and we plan to issue the next one, call it a May 1, but it'll probably be issued by the few days before the end of the month of April, and we'll continue to mention the convention. No press releases have been issued since the Kalish Moro press release of December, and I know, Mimi, you talked to me about Tim, mentioning Tim as the executive director, and actually, given what I'm listening to on this meeting, this might be a good press release, and we have more meat for it now, probably. So I wanted to pose to the group, does anybody have any press release ideas? You can actually reach out to me after this, but I'll pause here and just let maybe Mimi, you could respond and tell me if you think that's a good one. Rachel says, yep.
Yeah, I think so. I had thought that it was a good one, but I think now, especially now that, we've got this other thing, I think it would be good to announce that we have an executive director, because I think that gives more credibility to our organization. So yeah, I would love to have a press release for that.
Okay, so we'll put something together and get it out in the next week. I've been stretched pretty thin. I was going to say, if you look at the bylines on this last newsletter, it's pretty much Peter Molds. I recruited, and Mimi, I know now I'm an ad hoc committee, so I took the liberty, as you know, Mimi, people have reached out, and you and we've responded to several people that have inquired about volunteering, people with sort of marketing experience, you might say, writing, marketing, communications experience. Anyway, there's a gentleman from Sacramento. He's a registered libertarian and a Central Committee member of the state, Trey Van Dyke, who is a video production, somewhat of an expert. He has access to a television studio in Sacramento to their equipment and can put together videos. I think he participated last Tuesday in my committee meeting, and I need all the help I can get, if you know what I mean. The participation level's sort of below moderate, I would say. So he seems very energetic, and he writes quite well, and he actually has an idea for a story having to do with the Pacific Legal Foundation and their work with the people suffering from the lockdown. Anyway, I wanted to welcome him to my committee, and I hope I didn't do anything. I am an ad hoc committee created by you at your disposal, but I hope it's okay with you. I'd actually like to recruit someone else. And let me back up before I stop. With Trey, I think we all know video clips from 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes. It's the world now, whether it's TikTok or just YouTube channels and so on and so forth. And we could really use his free semi-professional expertise and tools, equipment. So he and I are talking about, I'm going to be interviewing Brian Holz. He's a libertarian up here in Los Altos Hills that was reelected to the Parisima Hills Water District, and he has some interesting wisdom, and he might do a video for that, kind of an interview video between the two of us. I wanted to finish up. Oh, the Twitter account, I have questions. Oh, so did you want to say anything there? Does anyone want to say anything? Or do you like the idea that I recruited Trey?
No, I think that's a good idea. If you could, so this committee actually, I think, is in the operating procedures manual. It's not just an ad hoc.
Wait, hold on.
But yeah,
down at Visalia, you terminated it, as well as the the website committee so that it would not be a standing committee, but an ad hoc, right?
I'm just double checking. Yeah, okay,
'cause-
it was taken out of, yeah, so it's a committee that's at the, yeah, you're right, it's a pleasure of the chair. And yeah, if you're recruiting people, just please keep me in the loop on it though, so I can update the website and so forth and
Yeah.
add them to the email list and all of that. But yeah, I know that there was another woman you had reached out to
Right.
try to be on the committee, but yeah, you're right, that was taken out.
She disappeared. Yeah. There were at least two more. And then John Prosser, you know about the Richard Gallegos, I believe is the last name. Yeah. So I'm glad he's working out with you. There was a web, oh, go ahead, John.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was responding. He seems like a good guy. He came on to the last Fresno County meeting and he was pretty excited to get involved and stuff.
Yeah. I'm just super angry with John that he stole him from me.
Well,
okay.
I didn't really steal it from anybody because, I mean, yeah, well, I won't get into details, but I mean, you guys all know that Fresno County needs a little bit more help getting that money, so we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, okay. Hey, so a couple of quick notes. The Twitter account, I was checking the links on the new newsletter, and one of them is, Facebook, our social media tools, and the Twitter account seemed to be disabled. Am I right?
We changed the handle a while ago to LP of Cal.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't know that either. I thought it was still the other. So we need to get that on our website that there's been a change.
Yeah, I can as I work on this, I can let Justin know. Hopefully it will happen informally. The other thing is, and I might take this up later with Tim, but there were some other mailings that went out on SendGrid. They were volunteer requests, and our outside resource, Natalie Moyne, who runs our ESP, or email service provider, SendGrid, she felt like it might have damaged our reputation. I don't know. Our numbers are a little lower as far as open rate and receipt rate, and we have the option of paying $30 a month to SendGrid for a second IP address. And I don't want to bore everybody with the technical details, but Tim, you're very technical, and we could talk about this offline maybe, but it seems like it might be a pretty small investment of $360 a year to make certain a few thousand people more on a consistent level receive it and open it, the newsletter. I do want to say, as far as numbers, well, go ahead, Tim, if you wanted to say anything, if you're there.
No comment.
Okay, no comment. We did, I was going to say, we're sending it out. We dropped people that had not opened it in 12 plus months. And we have a solid list of 19 or 20,000 people that have opened it in the last year. And that seems to be the group. The open rate on the last one was over 50%. And I think we're doing well there. I also have had a number of requests, and one came from the chair of the candidate support, the affiliate support committee. And it's about coming up with a couple, maybe 2-3 flyers, whether they're door hangers or whatever, something that would be on a table at an activist table in every county. We've been stretched thin because, quite honestly, in the last few months, 4 or 5 months, it's been mostly me and the hired resource. So I was telling him that I'd like to get involved in that. And I know that Justin Emsoft has some ideas about messaging, so does Trey Van Dyke. I'd like to know if we might be able to hire an outside resource on an ad hoc basis to help with the copywriting and the layout and the design of some, let's just call it, more compelling pieces than we've had in the past. Not a judgment of everything in the past, but let's just try to do everything better. So I'm not quite sure how to ask for this, but I have people I know through my circles that they produce collateral, printed collateral, and they're, they have copywriting resources or our copywriter, very reasonably priced, much like Natalie Moyne, our email newsletter person that runs SendGrid for us. So I don't know, Mimi, if you have a response, or Tim, but is that something, what's the process for a guy running a ad hoc committee to maybe do a little research?
To be clear, you can, I mean, you can run, you're the chair of that committee. You can do your research and so forth. I mean, your ad hoc just means that you're serving at the pleasure of the chair. So, anything that you want to talk to me offline on, you can do your research and you can make proposals. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing, I mean, ad hoc
will do.
Ad hoc, the only thing that ad hoc changed was that it's no longer in the operating procedures manual how the membership of that committee is populated. It's no longer populated by the ExCom. It's just populated by me populating it, and of course working with you to populate it. So really ad hoc doesn't change the relationship except for just how the committee is populated.
All right, I will do that research and be in touch with you. Report complete. Hi, Boomer.
Okay, we actually did, I just got a note from Rachel that time had expired, but if there's any questions for Pete, there can be a motion to extend time. Otherwise, we'll go to the next agenda item. Was there any questions?
Can I extend for a minute?
Sure. Are you making a motion to extend time by 1 minute?
Yes.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Is there any objection? Hearing none, go ahead.
I just want to know if we can, I thought for Pete's benefit, it might be good to just clarify what he can do as far as, I think he was kind of implying spending money. And I know we have a budget for printed materials already, and I don't think we've used any of it this year. So do you want to just go through that just so I don't say anything wrong, or you want me to try to explain it real quick? Just, the fact that we have a budget we can spend for these sort of things. And if we were to go past that, or if you were to have a proposal that would cost beyond that, he would then be able to bring that to the executive committee, for a request for approval to spend more money, basically, right?
Well, correct. And that budget item is for printed material, which if he comes, if he comes up with, something to spend it on, he'll just, send that in and we can use that budget item for that. If he needs more money, he can come to me or anybody else on the committee to make a motion to approve additional funding.
Yeah, so I just want to communicate to Pete that we don't want to hold you back from anything you're trying to do. If money is an issue, then we'll talk about it when it becomes an issue. Or if you have a request, just bring the request to us and we'll see if it's already budgeted for or not.
Okay, got it. Thanks, John.
Okay, if there's no further questions, time has expired on that item. Thanks a lot, Pete. I really appreciate the work you're doing, and I agree. You need to get more people on that committee because I don't think that there's a couple members that are really participating right now, and I think that it's great that you have Trey, who, by the way, I thought had joined the meeting at one point. He had signed up for it, but I don't see him on here now. So, at any rate, that will bring us to the next item on the agenda, which is the Affiliate Support Committee report. Mr. Moore?
Yes, hello, everyone. So we had 2 meetings this past quarter. We were able to complete our first text messaging campaign using the Purely system. Many counties took advantage of that, including Los Angeles County, Contra Costa County, San Diego, and others. We got 14,000 texts out, and we are looking forward to doing some analysis when the updated December through February membership numbers are published to see what sort of impact that had. But I can tell you here in Contra Costa, we have had a number of new members over the past 2 months between that and some events we've held. So excited to see what kind of an impact that has had, and also hoping to perhaps have another similar text banking campaign as we lead up to our convention. And I guess I'll be in touch with the committee about possibilities for funding that moving forward. As a county, we also just, as a committee, we also discussed ways to help county organizations organize youth and student affiliates, especially in light of the recent YAL turmoil and the things going on there. We've identified some specific schools where there are a significant number of registered libertarians or members of the LPC already. We were in touch with Riverside County about some of that. Wendy, I have some follow-up to do with you on that. We'll also be in touch with other counties about what we've found there to see if there might be some things we can do about that sort of outreach. This past quarter, we also released our first document, Resources for LPC County Affiliates. And I guess I'll share my screen here if I can. Am I sharing my screen?
You are.
I think it should be on screen here. Maybe it's the wrong screen. Let's try this differently.
No, well, I did see it. It was there.
The Libertarian Party of California, the resources for LPC organizations. So this is available to anyone at this point. There is a public folder where we've made this available. We're eager for your feedback and looking to release a new version of this every 2 or 3 months moving forward as we gather more inputs. Some of you provided input on the last version that we didn't have time to get into this copy, but we're hoping to have another one out before the convention. Other than that, I guess the other significant news, I was elected as acting chair, and we also voted as an organization to have regular annual elections for the chair subsequent to the LPC convention. And we are in touch with both the convention committee about a proposed 1-hour session for affiliate support and education at the convention, and also with various other committees about providing resources for the counties for things like communications, social media, and other things where they have expertise that might be helpful. Does anyone have any questions or suggestions for the Affiliate Support Committee?
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions for this report? Okay, hearing none, that will take us to the next item, which is Social Media Committee report. Excuse me, Ms. Picardo.
Hello, everyone. I sent out a social media committee report and it was pretty long. I'm not going to go over it all in thorough detail, but I will let you know that social media over the past few months has been fracturing ever since the election. It seems that interaction is kind of on the decline consistently because Facebook in particular is trying to de-emphasize political, well, what they would call, political opinions and interactions on Facebook, but it's really just anything that isn't supportive of progressive ideas in the Democratic Party. I've started a Telegram channel for the state party as well. And if you scroll through the report, you'll see one little page of the Telegram stat. So it's got the location on it. You download the app, look up the channel, subscribe. I'll be updating that as well. All of the platforms are being maintained consistently, but we really need to see, I think, what's going to happen with social media trends over the next 6 months to see where most of our attention should be focused on this. Having said that, I would like to work with the executive director and either the membership or the communications committee to really work on some branding for the state party, because the state party doesn't have a specific brand. So what that means is we all have sort of a different LP of California personality. And maybe that's good, but it makes it a little bit harder to target messaging, to understand who our target demographic is, and so on and so forth. I think that the social media committee could play a really good role in helping to reach a target demographic and grow the party, but we really need to understand who we're trying to reach and what we're trying to say to them before we can successfully do that. But for what it's worth now, we're holding down the fort and getting pretty decent engagement. Tim had helped us with some analytics over the past, at the last committee meeting that we had. So I made sure to go through and take a look at the kind of posts that are getting the most interaction, at least on Facebook. Twitter, it's really easy to tell, and that's all in the report. And the results may surprise you. So I think right now we want to just keep increasing our engagement, and we would like to sort of pivot and be oriented towards something more specific in the future if we can come to an agreement on what that should be. And if you're very good at social media and you're fairly new to the party, or you're new to being involved in the party, I would love to hear from you to get you involved. Having said that, if you're not good at social media, we don't need your help. Same as committees that the data analytics committee doesn't need the help of someone who's really good at knitting instead of data analytics. That's all I got. Love to hear questions though.
Thank you, Ms. McCardle. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Angela, you mentioned something about more consistent branding. I know that back when Pete signed on to the ExCom here, that was an issue with his, or were you thinking maybe that the two committees could coordinate on that?
Yeah, I would absolutely love that. I think it would be great.
Pete, you got anything to say about that? Maybe he stepped away.
I'm here. I'm here. Hi, Angela. And by the way, thank you to everybody that's been sending me messages, including Angela. Yeah, we'd love to. That was what I referenced. I referenced around that. Definitely when I first started on the committee, I really wanted to revamp our messaging platform with something that resonates with a broader base of the voting public and addresses the average voter's practical needs. I think with Justin Emsoff's interested in this, and he seems to have some good ideas, as does Trey Van Dyke. And I worked with down your way, Orange County. Our chair of Orange County is
David Naranjo.
David Naranjo.
Yeah. David and I talked in the past. We haven't, for whatever reason, I think he got busy, but we'd love to work with you, Angela. Yeah, let's talk later on.
Fantastic.
Sounds good.
Okay, any other questions for the social media report or anything?
Just comments. I just want to say I'm really happy with what I just heard. I absolutely agree that the communications and marketing and social media should all be part of the same overall overarching, branding team. Whether it's a team or not, I mean, it should all be unified. It should all be, I completely agree with that. It should be on board with what we're trying to say as a party. And I'm just really glad that we have a couple of people, because I don't pretend to be a marketing expert, but I think I'm getting better and better at recognizing marketing experts. And I think we have very few of them in the Libertarian Party. So it's really good to hear from a couple of you that have a sense for how to do that.
Yeah, and just, originally the committee was supposed to be set up with a member from the social media committee being a member of the communications and marketing committee. And initially the social media committee appointed somebody to that, and that person resigned. And then they didn't reappoint. And that was before you were the chair, Angela. But, I think it would be really good for, the committee to either work together or at least consistently be part of each other's meetings to work on that. Because that was the original idea, was to have website, social media, and communications and marketing all working together for branding.
Sounds good. And I'm going to lean on Tim a little bit for this, for the data analytics portion of this, because I don't actually think that it's correct that we want to go after the average voter. I think we're assuming something if we think that's not necessarily true. We need to figure out who really wants to vote for us. And out of those people, we need to figure out who are checking their email, who's looking at social media, and who's plugged in. And we need to really tailor our demographic to make sure that we're communicating to the people who are open to our message. So that's, why I'm not shotgun blast, just like grabbing the bull by the horns and doing it myself, is because I feel like although that happens a lot within the party and I appreciate people's efforts, I'd rather not expend a lot of energy into something that's futile or not a good source of, or not a good way to spend my time. So I would really like to be effective.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't think I have too much more to add, but just, yeah, I just think the marketing and the branding and having a strategy for it and a good vision for it is, I mean, it's really underrated, I guess, in the Libertarian Party. It's extremely important.
I agree. And again, now in his position as executive director, I believe Tim plans on attending all of these meetings and getting more involved. And those were, some of the specific things he's working on. So I think that's going to probably help make the different things more cohesive and work out a little bit better. Any other questions for the social media committee report? Okay, hearing none, that brings us to the 2021 convention committee report. And before that starts, I just noticed one thing that wasn't on that, which I'll just kind of throw in there, is just so everybody knows, we've got 71 attendees that are registered, and we've brought in $10,450, which is less than usual, but that's also because our pricing is a lot less than usual, but everybody needs to sign up and also get their hotel rooms because they are absolutely not gone, but they're going. So Dr. Olson, would you like to give your report?
Sure. I had just gone outside to have a cigar, so hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I know these Bluetooth speakers aren't always the greatest. So I'm very excited about our upcoming convention, May 14th through 16th in Visalia, California. Please, everybody, make sure that you purchase packages, support the party. I think the members of the executive committee, I think it's really important to actually support the party with your dollars and purchase those packages and not just come as a free attendee. So I would just want to stress that. Additionally, I wanted to mention that we have some very good speakers lined up. There was one speaker that we were hoping would be coming, but that looks like that's not going to pan out. And that was Justin Amash. Still possible, but probably not going to happen. But we do have Spike Cohen coming, Joe Jorgensen. We've got Joe Bishop Henchman. We've got Apollo Pizzell, Representative Marshall Burt. And I don't know how many of you guys have had a chance to listen to him speak, but he's actually really good and definitely worth going and listening to. He's really well spoken. And then we're going to have a panel of elected officials. We're also going to have a campaign training style panel that will include some candidates as well as campaign managers to answer questions and kind of talk about effective strategies in campaigning. And then, of course, we'll also have the affiliate, some kind of affiliate platform, whether it be a roundtable or a panel or something that the affiliate support committee will put together. And it's going to be a really exciting convention, and I'm looking forward to it. So please get your tickets.
Yes, get your tickets. And I think it's going to be good. I really do. Really, as far as attendees, we're at about what we usually are 2 months before the convention, and it grows after that. But I hope that you all, buy your packages and spread the word, and it'll be fun. Is there any questions for the 2021 convention committee? Okay, hearing none. So that will bring us to the next item, which is the 2022 convention, which I had added to the report. So it's that time of year where we set our next convention. Not a whole lot of people put any input into it, but the next convention will be in the South again. I know that the North kind of got gypped this year because it went central, but our 2023 will be back in the North. So the proposal that we got was for the Long Beach Marriott, which would be where we had our 2018 convention, which was extremely successful. The proposal that we got is very similar to the 2018 proposal. We would, we would be doing basically the same as we did then. The contract is essentially the same. If this committee approves that, I'm going to once again have the national people that checked our contract last time redline our contract with the Long Beach Marriott to make sure that we have the best contract possible. The dates that we are looking at are going to be in February. We did that because that would give time to do endorsements that would be on the primary ballot for the 2022 convention. Even though the primary is going to be in June, not March, it's still, if we do it in April, it's too late to do endorsements. So we thought that February would be good. It also is the long weekend for President's Day. It is not on Valentine's Day this year though, which is a plus, and it would not be a 3-day convention. It would only be a 2-day convention. It would just only happen to land on that weekend. So I can show you the proposed contract if you want to see it. It's the same, almost identical to what it was in 2018. So is there
Madam Chair, can I
any,
just ask, can I ask what the time was for the 7 keeping time? But I don't know what the total was.
the time for it was 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Sorry about that. So is there any discussion or is there any motion?
I would move to accept the, that we accept the Long Beach proposal that you just gave us for the 2022 convention.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Olson, seconded by Mr. Nelson. Is there any discussion on the motion to move forward with the 2022 convention being in Long Beach on that weekend, which I don't believe I actually said the weekend. I should probably say which weekend that is. It would be February 18th through 20th. Is there any discussion on that motion?
How many days is the convention again? 3?
No, it would be a 2-day convention.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a 3-day convention again. It would just be on that same weekend as President's Day, which also makes it good for people traveling and gives them the day off on Monday to travel back. So I think that that's a win-win. Any further discussion? Hearing none, is there any objection to the motion to hold our 2022 convention in Long Beach, California over the weekend of the 18th through 20th?
No, but should we do a voice vote or should we count each member since it's about money?
Yeah, I would
We
recommend
could.
a roll call.
We could. The only reason why I didn't is if it was no objection, that would mean that it was unanimous. But we can do a roll call. I was trying to make it easy on the secretary. Mr.
Well,
Secretary,
there could always
can
be
you please
people
do
who
a-
are trying to abstain.
Huh?
Just saying, for acclamation, there could be people that want to abstain also. Those options haven't been presented.
Yeah, that was a problem that was raised about the dues sharing vote earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, yes, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. The dues sharing, by the way, would have only taken what dues sharing? We didn't have a dues sharing. Are you talking about the membership, joint membership?
Yeah, the membership proposal with National earlier.
Yeah, that only takes a majority vote. It doesn't take a 2/3. But anyways, Mr. Secretary, can you please do a roll call?
Sure. Vice Chair Olson,
Yes.
I will vote yes. Treasurer Haug,
Yes.
Coordinator Nelson,
Aye.
Coordinator Prosser,
Yes.
Coordinator Hewitt,
Yes.
Coordinator Strawn, at-large Strawn, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. At-large Flores,
Yes.
at-large Foster,
Yes.
at-large McCardle,
Yes.
at-large Morrow,
Yes.
at-large Nix,
Yes.
at-large Jay Olson,
Yes.
at-large Shannon.
Yes.
That's 14 yes. Does the chair wish to vote?
No. So it passes 14-0. So that will be what we do. Thank you. And that ends that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a point of inquiry on the membership vote. Just to clarify, that did not authorize you to sign any agreement with National. That was just to prepare an agreement, correct?
No, it was to let us go forward with the agreement.
Okay, so that would have authorized a contract then.
It would have, but it's no fight. There's no expenditure. It's money in, not money out. So it only would. There's nothing in that requires, because it's specific in our bylaws that the ExCom can initiate that agreement, and there's nothing in our bylaws that under what is required for a 2/3 vote. That's not something that is. So that would be a simple majority. I mean, if you think that if somebody, I know that it's after the fact and point of orders have to be made at the time. And at the time I said, let's try doing it this way because it would be easier than a roll call vote because it was a simple majority. But if somebody would like to, at this point, make a point of order after the fact, I will not call it out of order and we can do a roll call vote.
So moved.
So you are making a point of order that the vote should have been done with a roll call vote. That's your point of order, not that it needs a greater majority vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if that's your point of order, I rule that yes, we can, you are correct. We certainly can do a roll call vote, although it's not required for a simple majority vote, but we'll go ahead and do one. So if the secretary could take roll call on the joint membership agreement with National.
Okay, we're going to go bottom up this time. So we're going to start with at-large Shannon.
Aye.
At-large Jay Olson.
Yes.
At-large Nix.
Abstain.
Okay, at-large Morrow.
Yes.
At-large McCardle.
Abstain.
At-large Foster.
Abstain.
At-large Flores.
Yes.
At-large, I'm sorry, I forgot again.
It's Sean.
Sean, yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Coordinator Hewitt.
Yes.
Coordinator Prosser.
Abstain.
Abstain. Coordinator Nelson.
Pressed abstention.
I'm sorry?
I abstain.
Thank you. Treasurer Haug.
I vote yes.
I will vote yes. Vice Chair Olson.
Yes.
Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstains. Does the chair wish to vote?
Nope, it passes. Okay, that leads us to the final item before action items, which is student membership. That was brought up by Brandon Nelson. At this point, Richard, you're still not seated at the table, so you can't make motions, but being that this is your proposal, if there's no objection from anybody on the board, I would recognize Richard to speak to what he wants to do, but he would not be able to make the motion.
Madam Chair, is this another 10-minute item?
Actually, I believe, what did you put that on there for?
It was
Brandon? I thought
5.
it was 5.
5 minutes?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes. Mr. Fast, did you want to speak to this?
Oh, yes.
I'm giving you the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So as most people know, I am a student myself full-time. And, I spend a lot of time around students and, talking to them about libertarianism, about the Libertarian Party, and they get excited about the ideas of liberty. And, they ask, how can they get involved in the party? And I tell them, well, first register to vote Libertarian, but also, meet people, go to meetings, get involved, go participate and things of that sort. And so one of the biggest barriers to entry for many students is the cost of the annual membership. Now, a basic membership, $25 per year, for most adults, most working adults, that's not a problem. But for students, that price tag for a membership can become a barrier to them. And so, like I said, I know a lot of students who would like to be involved, but that $25 a year, it's just asking a little bit too much for them. What I'm suggesting and what I'm hoping the committee will approve is a separate student membership level, perhaps at $10 a year. That's what I would suggest. That is low enough and reasonable for most students, college or high school, that they can afford that and help bring them on board and get them active and involved. I don't want price to be the only thing that stops them from becoming members and becoming active participants in our organization. So I think that having like a $10, maybe $15 membership level just for students would be great to get them in the door. And then once they get jobs, they can pay that higher amount.
Okay, so that's your reasoning, and it would not be you making this motion, but I would be open to the motion that Brandon said he would make on your behalf, although I see Angela saying she would be able to possibly, there's other ideas. So I'll just leave it open for discussion. Is there discussion? Brett Olson has his hand up.
Mimi, could I address Rachel in the chat?
You can address her in the chat, but right now we're not doing it in the chat because we're also live streaming. So Dr. Olson, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So how would, one of my concerns or questions, I mean, it's, to me, I don't think we should be getting most of our money through memberships anyway, so it's not like a huge issue for me doing this, but like, how would we verify whether somebody is a student actually, or they're just saying they are so they can be paid a lesser fee? I mean, how is that verified? I'm not sure how we would verify it exactly, but do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I'd like to add, maybe just have them, they can join for $10 a year as a student if they join at a local affiliate. So say if you're a student in Los Angeles County, you can join for $10 a year, provided you show up at a county meeting or something of that nature.
Don't do that in LA. That's a bad example. No.
Well, that could work in any county, basically.
I'm just teasing you.
Can you elaborate, Angela? Like, would that cause problems for you?
No, not at all. I don't think actually that $25 is too much annually. We've had some students, specifically in the California Mises Caucus, who couldn't afford a membership, and we offered to sponsor them. I think a sponsoring program for students would be really cool, where if a student is struggling with a $25 annual payment, maybe someone else will cover it or cover part of it. But I'm pretty sensitive to things being expensive, being someone who's hit, with like thousands of dollars of medical bills during the year. And, I have plenty of friends who are students, but I do think that $25 once every 52 weeks is fairly reasonable. Having said that, I do think we should help people who need help with their memberships. And we could even get like a social media group for that or something. There's all kinds of ways, I think, to address that.
We're at time.
Motion to extend time for 2 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
I second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Prosser, seconded by Mr. Nelson to extend time by, you said 2 minutes?
I said 2.
Two.
We do 3 or
Okay,
4. People are okay with that.
Well, you said 2 minutes, so do you want it, it's been seconded, but did I hear you wrong and you meant to say 4?
Can I say 4 because if there's no objection?
My second stands.
Okay. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to extend time by 4 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, time's extended by 4 minutes. Further discussion?
Yeah, I have a little bit of discussion. I want to speak in favor of this. I don't really see much downside, to be honest. So I tend to agree in general that $25 isn't too much to ask. And I know there's plenty of different people, like Angela mentioned, who maybe don't have the $25. I know that does exist. And the Mises Caucus helping those people out. That's their way of doing it, sort of outside of our organization. But I think for students, I don't see any downside at all. I think if we bring in, okay, so it's only $10, it's not a lot of money, but if we bring in 40 or 50 students, it's $400 or $500 that we're getting in that we wouldn't have gotten otherwise, and 40 or 50 potential people getting involved. Maybe volunteering at convention, maybe starting up their county org, maybe they could be our next social media committee chair or something awesome like that. Or, there's a lot of upside, not a lot of downside. So I don't think we should be worried about, the dollars, because we're probably getting more out of it than the money anyway.
Okay, thank you. Next, Richard Faust has his hand up, and then Kevin Moore has his, if there's no objection to either one of them. Richard?
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of these objections. The first one is, having a monthly rate instead of the 25 upfront. Now, I have proposed this to several students to put them on a payment plan to get that 25 in, where it's like $5 a month, times 5 months. And to me it sounded more reasonable, but students still wouldn't go for it. And when I talk to them one-on-one, so yeah, if it's $5 or $10 a one-time monthly payment for a year, yeah, they'd be happy to do it. But these monthly plans, or 25 up front, that just cuts them out. And so I don't want to deprive of anybody the opportunity to become involved and to, be a member just like anybody else, just because money is an issue for them. And this is also a matter of time. These students, after 4 years, and it'll probably be less than 4 years, they'll graduate, they'll have jobs, and, once they're active, they'll start contributing more money. So I think of this as an investment. We really do need to think about this as an investment.
Yeah.
Next was Mr. Moore.
Thanks, Mimi. And my first thought here is that, hey, yeah, $10, let's give it a try for a year and see what happens. And if we find that there's a whole bunch of people who were members and now they're claiming the student membership and we're losing money, or if we find we're getting a whole bunch of support, or if we find nothing's happened, it's something we can try out and see how it went in a year. I like the idea of Angela's support plan too, and maybe, hey, let's put some people out there who can have a fund of money for people who are looking for financial support for a membership. Maybe some people can have a matching or some sort of a plan to help with that. And also, I'm very much with what John said. Yeah, the big thing we'll get from these students is a huge pool of volunteers to help with all sorts of things. And many of these people are very social media savvy. They might be able to help us with lots of things that we aren't doing right now. So I'm for it, even though I'm not voting.
Want your food?
Rachel, how much time do we have left?
20 seconds.
Okay, is there anybody that, I see Richard's hand still up. You've got 20 seconds.
Nope, sorry, I'm done.
Okay, so there was a motion, correct, or was there? I had a motion, I thought.
I did not hear a motion regarding doing anything other than
Okay.
ending.
If there's not, we are at time.
I thought there
Okay,
was.
there
a
wasn't a motion.
and then
I thought there was a motion as well, but
I thought Brandon was making a motion.
I thought he did too.
yeah, I thought he did too. Brandon, did you make a motion that was seconded?
I moved to make a motion. I forget if it had a second or not, but I thought that this was discussion on the motion.
Yeah, so did I. So I had that you made a motion. Who seconded?
Eduardo.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I wrote down moved by Brandon, seconded by Ed. So the motion on the table is to allow, did you say $15 a month?
10.
$10 a month student membership with and this wasn't part of the motion, but I would imagine it would require them uploading their membership ID to get that. So that's the motion. This again is just it's just a membership category, so it only takes a simple majority. I won't make the mistake I made last time, although I have a feeling there are objections. So let's go ahead and go to a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, you said just then $10 a month. Is it $10 a month?
I'm sorry, $10 a year. I said it, $10 a year. I said that incorrectly. $10 a year. So to be clear, what everybody's voting on, it's to create a new membership level for student membership for $10 a year with student ID verification. Mr. Secretary?
Okay, I believe we're going down the list here, so we'll start with Vice Chair Olson.
I will vote no.
I'll pass this time around. I'll go to Treasurer Haug.
Abstain.
Okay, Coordinator Nelson.
Pass.
Okay, Coordinator Prosser.
Yes.
Coordinator Hewitt.
Abstain.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot my cut. Okay, At-Large Strawn.
Hurry.
Yes.
At-Large Flores.
Yes.
At-Large Foster.
Yes.
At-Large McCardle.
No.
At-Large Morrow.
Yes.
At-Large Nix.
I'll abstain.
At-Large Olson.
Yes.
At-Large Shannon.
No.
Back up to the top of the list on the passes. I will vote yes. And then we're back to Coordinator Nelson.
I'll vote yes.
And I believe that's it.
Well, what's the vote?
Counting it now. 8 yes. 3 no. 3 abstain. And does the chair wish to vote?
No, it passes with 8 yeses, so the motion passes. So we will be adding a $10 a year student membership. We'll just have to work out the logistics of how to verify that they're a student, because I have a feeling a lot of people are gonna click that they're a student for $10 without being a student, which is the downside.
Well, I feel like we have to have some kind of proof before we can give them that. So that's going to be an issue. If they can't supply us with the proof, then they won't get the discount.
Most places that offer discounts for students have you show some kind of student ID.
I know. But we're done with this agenda item. I just was saying that we're going to have to logistically figure that out, because right now, when you join on the website, you join on the website. There's no ability to like upload something or make it contingent upon something. So I'll have to work with Tim probably.
A useful suggestion in the chat about only allowing it for new members for a limited number of years thereafter.
I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Dean had a potentially helpful suggestion in the chat about only allowing it for new members and then for a limited number of years thereafter.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now it would be for new members because we don't have currently such a thing as a $10 a year student renewal, but this will have to be worked out. But we will work it out because you guys just approved it. So it'll get worked out one way or the other.
Perhaps
universally, students need to have an email address from their school. We can just have them use a school address, email address to sign up for that. That would take care of it.
Again, I'll work with Tim on this to figure out a way to do it, because that's a possibility. But the agenda item is actually expired and we've already passed the motion. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which was action items from last meeting. There had only been two. One of them was that I was going to appoint the members of the ad hoc committee, which I did. I appointed all 7 members. One member resigned, and so I appointed somebody else that had said that they would be on it. So that committee is fully populated. And the other was Richard Fast had reported on his idea about, AB5, and he had talked about being in touch with some of the legislatures, and he was going to follow up with those legislators and let us know if he had heard anything back. So Richard, had you heard anything back, or is there anything further on that?
No, I haven't received any response, which was quite disappointing. No, nothing new to report.
Okay, and as far as action items from this meeting, there are none. This is the last meeting of this executive committee unless we do any special meetings between now and convention. So there's nothing to do action items for, which leads us, and I didn't put set next meeting, obviously, because our next meeting will be the post-convention abbreviated ExCom meeting, at which point we would set the meeting following. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is adjournment, which we don't actually need a motion for, but people always love motioning to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
I knew it. Okay,
I'm just saying that it's my last act. It feels only proper.
That's why I left it open.
I don't even believe I got to call the question on anything this meeting. So it's, I feel like I deserve this.
I call the question on adjournment.
Damn it, Rachel.
We don't have. How many people seconded?
Objection.
By the way, who is the first? Who is the first person to second?
I don't think anybody.
I heard like 10 of them.
I don't know if I was
first.
Like
10 at the same time.
None.
Okay, I'm gonna say it was Ms. Nix. So it's been moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection?
I object. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I was gonna say objection, makes it so it takes a 2/3 vote. It needs a roll call vote. Did you really object?
No. That was just a little bit of humor.
Okay. In that case, the meeting is adjourned at 2:08 p.m. Hey, thanks, y'all. And if it was a real meeting, we'd now be all trying to figure out where we could go drink or something, but
Yeah, I'm
Can't
gonna
do
go
that
drink.
now.
I'll settle
All
for
right.
a little lunch as far as
We
today
probably
goes.
wouldn't be done yet.
Bye, everyone.
Well, bye,
Bye,
everyone.
everyone.
No, we
Los
wouldn't be done
Angeles,
yet.
Bye.
fix Los Angeles, fix McCardle, or
Bye.
it all means nothing. You
Sarah,
heard
is
me.
that you?
Good night.
Nice.
That's
Big
me.
surprise. It's
Fix
not
Los
Sarah.
Angeles, fix McCardle.
All right, we're
Go
getting Zoom bombed. Woohoo!
unblock Sarah. We're not going away. Activism doesn't